let me go here. Come on. Keeps lagging. There we go. So you're buying number 7 now, everybody? Sorry about the loud noises. I have no idea how to turn it off. All right, let's look through some of our trading styles, everybody. As we're about to buy into these calls, I just want to make sure this is the right thing to do now. Midpoint, yeah. Let's buy some calls here. I'm getting a 680 call. This is going to be on the $1 million account. This is trade number 11. Again, every single trade that we took this morning was profitable. We're at number 11. We're trying to hit at least like 35 tonight. Yesterday we hit 32 and we broke our record for the most trades we've ever taken in a day that were completely profitable in a row. Today we're going to try to see if we can hit like 35 or 40. So far in terms of how much we made today, it was 30,000 with Ninja Trader, 12K with the new account we opened last night with the CME group, and then if we count everything, 15 from that, 37 from Ninja, so that's like 40, 50 something. And we woke up pretty much around 30 minutes ago, 40 minutes ago, so it's not a bad start. So we're gonna be like, this is what we're gonna write. What the hell's my $1 million account? There it is. Oh, yeah, that was trade number 16. Yeah, this is on the $1 million account. Perfect. Okay, so let me go down here. Let me paste this. Let me hurry up so you guys can get this message. So this is new trade number 11. SPY 0 day 680 calls. 680 strike. And it costs $24, I think. Yep. All right, so now we have a nice call. That's trade number 11 one more time, everybody. Meaning like I'm saying, I'm just going to say it one more time. I should also fix up that message. We could take the time now and fix it up now. We don't gotta stare at the damn charts all day. So let me make sure that's in the group. That's proper. Let me make the CS zones real quick. Again, CS zones is one of our other trading styles. Okay, so you have one CS zone here. You're gonna have another CS zone right there. You're gonna have another one right there. Excellent. And now where I'm thinking the market's gonna run up to, in terms of why I bought the 680 calls, I just want to see the market snap up to number 4 or number 3, and I'm only gonna be 2 strikes away. As long as it happens within the next 30 minutes to an hour here, we should be good. We should be good, ladies and gentlemen. Now we gotta wait and see. Looks like the train has left the station, everybody. We're up 10% already. So how much money are we supposed to make today? Let's go check. So today we're supposed to make by November 3rd, and I gotta fix this still. November 13th, we're supposed to make $7 today. So in total, this account should be up 7 plus 3, that's 10, plus 5, that's 15, plus 2, that's 17, plus the initial 4. We should be at $21 right now. Currently, we're at 29, which means we're already making profit that we're supposed to make on tomorrow. So as long as we can make, you could say, like another $10 here, and this could basically run up to like $39, almost $40. We're going to be up 1,000% in total, and we won't have to trade tomorrow. Pretty much, we could take tomorrow off, just like how we took Tuesday off. And did we take Wednesday? I think we took Wednesday off. I could be wrong though, because this account yesterday was at 16 and we took it to, so Wednesday we took it, oh no, Wednesday we started at $9. Tuesday we ended up trading. Monday we didn't trade. No, Monday we traded. Tuesday we didn't trade. Wednesday we traded. Thursday we traded. And tomorrow we might not need to trade. We'll see. Because I'm definitely going to get into a second trade with this account. You might ask, how am I getting into 2 trades when I only have $25 in that account and it's not a margin account? It's because on Webull, you don't get a good faith violation if you just basically sell out for a profit. But if you sell out any trade that you bought with unsettled cash for a profit, or for a loss, sorry, you basically get a good faith violation. So as long as you can sell it in the profit on Webull, you're good. On Moomoo and other apps, if you sell in the profit with settled cash, they still mark you and give you a PDT restriction. Or not restriction, but you know what I'm talking about, the damn good faith violation, which is like the PDT restriction. But yeah, it's just so weird and odd. But I like Webull. That's the only reason why I like Webull more than everybody else. Because Webull, you could trade so many times, all the time. They're so, they give you so many opportunities, you know? Because think about it, this account just had $26 this morning, right? If I could sell this out at $39 to like $35, what I could do next is throw in that whole entire $35 in like an hour or two back into the market. And then I could just sell that for, you know, an extra $15, 50%. And now my account is going to be at, you know, $55, even though I started with $24 or 26, sorry. Which means my account is going to be up 1,000, like 200%, 300% from Tuesday when we started with just 4. So yeah, we're going to give this an opportunity here. We'll give this a second. We pretty much already checked off the thing for today, so we don't got to check that off. And then we got to write down our notes, as you can tell. And then the balance. This is how much you're supposed to have in the balance. All right, let's go to supply and demand zones because this is Now the perfect opportunity to use them. You just dove off the side of the cliff, huh? You just went skydiving right there. We're up 15%, 20%. Through the window, by the window. Nah, right, Chills? Yeah, Weeble's really good. It's definitely one of my favorite apps. Again, everybody, we started this account with just $4. Currently, we're already at $30 right now. So we're up 900% pretty much. Or somewhere around there. The next goal is going to be 1,000%, and then 1,500 to 2,000% by the end of the day. We could try to turn that $30 or 35, whatever it ends up being. We could try to turn it to like 60. Double it again, you know what I mean? We're just going to have to wait for the contracts for later on today. We can also play an event contract. You guys want to do that? Let's play an event contract. This is going to be trade number 12, technically. All right, let's do it. Events are kind of fun. One time I turned 30 cents into $6. Because I kept buying a bunch of them at like 4 cents. And then it jumped up to like 50 cents each. So it was like a crazy buy. Okay, so I'm buying 4 of them for 61 cents. Basically saying that this is going to flip to the upside within the next 7 minutes. What is it? 67, 65? These are event contracts which can be traded on Webull. They're basically time-based trades. Let's see how this is gonna turn out. Again, we got 5 minutes left for the event. Okay, so we checked everything else here. We checked it there. Yeah, SPY's now at the bottom. Oh, wait, that one chart. Where's that one chart? Oh, no, we already checked it. We were on the blue line. Yeah. Yeah, we're at the midpoint right now. which is what we said we were going to do, right, everybody? Remember, we said when you hit the top of this line, every single time you've done this, you fell from it, right? And since you hit the bottom and ran up so quickly, you magneting down to the midpoint just makes sense, you know? This is not a difficult trade. This is not a difficult area to understand, you know? Kind of just makes sense. So, what's next up is basically you hold at the mid and you run up to one of these orange or yellow lines. Right up here at the top. If you just flash crash below the blue point, you're going to go to one of these points at the bottom here. Potentially to the exact bottom where you could hold and just go long on a 5-day, 10-day contract like we did a couple days ago. Remember, we went long right here at the bottom. And we sold those contracts for a fantastic gain, everybody. Let me show you. Let me let you take a look here. Wait, what if... Fuck, did I post that? Huh. I'm not too sure. We'll let that rock for a second then. What other trading styles can we look at? Let's look at some of these here. Yeah, look at this one here. The Dorito. Perfectly at the bottom of it. Let's look at the next trading style. Yeah, you perfectly fell from that area. Literally exactly where we said you were going to fall from 689.85. This is the exact same point from last summer that we placed. And then we said you're going to hold around 673.56, which is exactly where you fell to. This is wild. That's why this is green. And these are right here, red. And these are orange, is because that's kind of like no man's land. It could be either calls or puts at those events. And then the yellow is usually like the really good midpoints that you want to play around, right? Just like down here. So yeah, I'm thinking we're going to hold here, everybody. At least for another couple weeks before the SPY starts to crash out the sky. It's supposed to crash, though. Don't get it twisted. SPY needs to drop down like $100. Yeah, you can end up somewhere down here at 650 if it really wants to be a little annoying. 661. Yeah, so we're going to save most of our capital just in case you want to drop down to here. Right now, we're just going to go long with just a few dollars. We'll just play 0 days so we don't have to get stuck into a big-ass trade. Not right now. Oh, that's why it posted it like that. I got it now. No wonder. I was so confused. Yo, I made the money for the event contract. Yes. We did it. We're going to do it again. We're just going to wait for like 12:30, 12:40 so we can get them dumb cheap just like how we got them this time. Oh, yeah. Come on. That counts as another profitable trade. That's so funny. That also counts as another 100% trade. We bought everything for 60 cents and sold it for 90 cents. I actually know that only counts as 50%. Damn. It's whatever. It's not terrible. It did beef up our account a little bit right there. Yeah, I want to see if we could sell these shits for at least like 35, 40. We should be able to, no problem, honestly. We just got to give this a moment, see if it flips to number 5 on the reversal points here. You did hit number 6, ran up to 5. You could go down to 8 now. I want to see if it's going to run up to number 5 again, though. Alrighty, so we made some money with that. The next thing is where can we make some more money? Let's see. What was trade number 10? That was number 10. Okay, that was number 10. Options was 11. Event was 12. I gotta keep track of this. So again, yesterday we had 10 by 2 p.m. Today we have 12 by 12. So by 1, the goal is to have at least 15. And then by 2, we'll have at least 20. By 3, we should have at least 35 to 40 trades. Again, we're long right now. We're playing the upside. We're up 12,000 on NinjaTrader again. Let me check another chart real quick. Okay, so this is the bottom of the CS zone. So you didn't even do shit yet, basically. You did no move yet. The move that we're looking for is a little... It's like a little piece of the cake. You know what I mean? Just a little piece. Nothing too grand. Do I believe said piece and said situation can happen? The answer is yes. I believe that you can at least run up to 676 right now, which is right beneath number 5. That's like an extra 60, 70 cents right now. If you could do that, these options should be up around 22 to 25%, and we could just stop out. If we're trying to play more extreme, which I don't think we should because this account is very important. It's the only $1 million account that we're running right now. So we're just going to take profit as soon as you hit that dotted line right there. Just because. Even if I know this could run up higher, it doesn't matter. And then towards the end of the day, we'll try to see if we can get into a better Yeah, we're up 27% right now. Yeah, 30% now. 31. Yeah, this is way higher than I thought. I'm about to sell it right now. I'm happy with this. Yeah, this is excellent. All right, we're going to put our stops here. Put your stops, ladies and gentlemen. Put your stops. That was beautiful. That was literally what I just wanted. It's like a little Christmas present. Thank you. If it falls down to number 7 again, we'll buy more calls. In the meantime, we're just waiting now. Now I want to see what's the next move. We perfectly slapped that move out the park. And we knew it. It hit number 7. And every single time you hit number 7 all week this week, you've just been doing ridiculous trends. Like on the reversals. You know what I mean? You'll snap right back to number 5, 6, 4 sometimes. I even seen you go from 7 right back to number 1 again. That's a crazy reversal, you know? Okay, I sold it right there. I think it was 37%. It finally got filled. All right. Let's post it. So trade number. This was our first options trade today on the $1 million account. This was our first options trade on the $1 million account. Which was 37%. 37%? Yeah, 37%. And today's date is 11-13-25. Sorry, I had to post everything. Because if I don't post it now, I ain't posting it later. I'll be honest with y'all. Also, every single message should have the date on it. Give me 1 second. Let me put this on every message. By the way, look at how you hit the dotted line right there and now you're falling. Come on now. It's like taking candy from a baby. Just imagine. It cuts to like a damn little like Family Guy type of cutscene. Let me see. Okay, everything has a date on it now. Let me make sure. That got a date, 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 that got a date. You don't got a date. Come here. Come here. Oh, I can't edit it because it's on my other account. Wait, the market's falling again. You know what that means. I'm about to hop back in with the account again right now. Come on, hit number 7, you little shit. Come on. This is going to be trade number 13. Yeah, I'm buying a 679 now. Again, everybody, I'm buying a 679 call here. I bought into it right there. Again, this is trade number 13. Trade number 13. Keep it going, keep it going. SPY 0-day calls 679 strike. And did I put the calls last time for trade number 10? That's trade number, that's 11. So paste this. This will be our second trade on the $1 million account today. Sorry, just give me 1 second. I gotta spam this button. All right, boom. That should look really good. It should look better than last time now. Let me see. That does look really good. Oh, hell yeah, it does. All right, now let's post this. You got what I eat. Come on. We need somebody to hit them high notes. Come on, Spy. Shaking big. Let's see what you got here. I want to sell these contracts. I bought it for 34. I'm trying to sell it for like 30%, 60% again. My idea here is simple. If you hit the middle of that dotted line and you fell from it, now we could finally go higher than it. Do you see what I'm saying now? That's the progression of kind of momentum, of flow. You know? Like, that's like how things flow, you know? They'll hit a low, hit a crazy extreme, and then they'll start taking out previous higher lows, or higher highs, you could say. So, like, that higher high at that dotted point, that's the next thing we have to take out if the market wants to run higher. So this is something that normally happens, which is a part of consolidation. Now, because of all the price action we got earlier when we were at number 7, you actually, ladies and gentlemen, have created another CS zone. So this is something you have to pay attention to, because this is where it can get dangerous with those calls that we just bought right here. Because you could definitely fall down now and touch number 8 and still curl back up here. In fact, you need to hit a midpoint before you fall lower. That's why I think that the simple fact that when you made the box at the top today, right? When you made this CS zone, you ended up hitting the top and you fell from it. That was a really nice touch. You didn't even hit the midpoint here. But yet you're going to hit it down here? And you're going to react and listen to it down here? No, that doesn't make sense to me. What that tells me is that the market's going to probably end up somewhere at 677. Which, if we have an option of 679 that's even closer than earlier, we're already up 20% right now. So if this continues to head up higher, this will double this account. Just like that. Again, everybody, we're up 20% already. Why is my foot so itchy? All right, we're gonna do another event contract here. These are more easy for us to take a loss. So, but what? How you know? How does that really make this fun if we're just moving and not trying to trade the stuff that could yield a loss just because it's more risky or it's more, you know what I mean? That doesn't make sense to me. Let's have some fun here. The only way you're going to grow is not by being afraid or worried about taking a loss. It's by taking the loss. So there's no need to run away from it. No need at all. Come on now. I'm about to just full pour into these event contracts right now. How much money I have? I don't think they let me buy no more because I bought with the other account. So now does that count as unsettled cash? Ah, it does, you pieces of shit. They count that as unsettled cash. That's okay. Everybody, we're up 30% already. You could take your profit here. We're up 30%. Take your profit, everybody. We literally hit our goal and we're almost at $50. We're way past our goal right now. There's no need for us to be selfish, ungrateful, and to try to risk our account here. We're already up almost 1,200% now. Again, everybody, so I just closed my position right about... here. Excellent. Went right back to the price. Okay, now let's chill out for a second. This account was just $4 4 days ago. Now it's already at $45, $46. We have $7 more that we could use right now. They shouldn't have let me use $7. It's over. We're going to get a $7 trade and try to see if we can get 1,000% on it. Because that would be $70 plus 40. My account would be at like $130 with just using $7, you know? I think we could. I know we could do it. I don't think we could do it. I know we could do it. There's a difference. So it's just a matter of time, ladies and gentlemen. We just need some patience here. We could take a little break. I kind of don't want to take a break because I have this bigger competition coming up here. So I'm just going to keep trading. Try to see if I can hit that next number, right? Again, so that was trade number 13. We sold it. The next one's going to be number 14. I also put money into Tasty Trade so we could start with that account as well. That's a $6 account. $7.40. So we have two more small accounts that we could use right now. Two $7 accounts. One of them is the current $1 million account, and the other one is the Tasty Trade account. These are the same people who made the Thinkorswim platform, and they basically moved on to create their own platform where you can actually trade with it and stuff like that. It's kind of ass visually, but it's still pretty nice, you know. It's still another opportunity, another app that we could use. I'm pretty sure it was instant deposit as well, but I have no idea. No, never mind. One of these damn apps was instant deposit, and I can't find it no more. I have too many apps everywhere. I like my instant deposit apps. Was it public? I don't think it was public. They never approved me for some reason. And they never emailed me back. That's the only app. What else do we have here? Options. What are all these things? Yeah, I swear I don't have any more. I don't have any more accounts with nobody. Who else does instant deposit? It was one of you. First of all, why do I have crypto on this screen on my iPhone? I don't think I have it. Let me see. Tiger trade to options trade. What brokerage? By the way, we're going to go crazy with these next trades. I'm just letting you know. Just give it a second here. We're going to buy 100 contracts right now. This is going to be trade number 14. Yeah. And then number 15 is probably going to be a futures trade, if not a Forex trade. Let me go check the Forex position right now. Ooh, that's not doing too good. That's not doing too good at all. Let me see. Yeah, it literally went right back down on top of our buy after we bought. It went to break even again. Now you're above. Let's see. Where's all the price action from before? So yeah, if you don't fall down here on Euro, you're going to run up to a higher high. So I'm just going to hold it here. I want to see exactly what happens. If it just consolidates, we might just take the loss within the next couple days here. We're just going to let this rock for a second though. This was our second trade from today, from this morning. From this morning, ladies and gentlemen. Spy, you're the most beautiful thing in the world, you know that? There's nobody that can replace your beauty. Imagine. Oh man. Come on, you little shit. I know you want to swing up. Swing! How's everybody doing on the YouTube? Again, who's here on the YouTube so I could take attendance? I'm going to have to mark myself today as late. I want to keep track of the times I oversleep. By the way, everybody, make sure you check out the Patreon if you want to watch some motivational posts every morning. Of course, for free, right? Why would I charge you to make you watch motivational stuff? I just want you guys to be able to have an extra bit of motivation, not just my words that I shed, but because I could barely speak properly, you know? It's the one thing I'm working on. I'm actually taking speech classes within the next couple weeks here. Because if I'm intending on teaching you guys in person and having like a whole 100 to 500 person event, I got to get a little better with the speech. Just a little bit. Kill the stuttering, slow down my words, you know what I mean? And let me know if you guys want to take part in these speech classes with me. I could send you the links. Cause I think in every state they have their own little groups where they do it for free. What's good, Nels? What's good, Chills? All right, let's take some attendance. Let's do YouTube first. I gotta fix those charts later. Oh, what was I doing last night? I forgot. I forgot what I did last night. What did I fix up? I fixed up something. Oh, it was the other Discords, and I was fixing up all the trades. I remember now. And then I started trading last night around this time. Okay, let's go over here. So today is the 13th, right? Yes, today's the 13th. We got Nels. We have Chills. I don't think Doug's here, and I don't think Mikey's here, but we'll see. And then for our Discord, I was on the phone with Culinary earlier, so Culinary was here. Danny. That's going to be an E. Element's going to be an E. BG is going to be a E. Frost is going to be... Is Frost here? I don't know if Frost was here earlier. I didn't see his name. AC is going to be a U. Frost is going to be a... Frost is usually here every day. So I'll leave Frost empty until I see today later on. Sherman, I know you're here. Thank you for being here, Sherman. Even though I was here a little bit late. I apologize, brother. John. John's definitely here. He's here every day. Johan. He's excused. Mansa is here. Elijah is excused. Prime is here. Wad is unexcused. Cody is an X for now. O'Neal is unexcused. Stefan is an X. Chapta is excused. Sluggo was late yesterday. I remember he was here. So I'm not going to write nothing for Slug yet. For today, we're going to keep Slug empty as well. Brian, excuse. He told me last night why he wasn't showing up. He had to take care of a lot of work. Oso is unexcused. Zach is unexcused. Hoover is not here. We'll keep a blank spot from him for later. This guy's unexcused. And Ando, you are present. All right. I'll take care of your notes. I'll give you guys a moment to make sure you complete your notes for today. Again, I'm still giving you an opportunity to do your notes late. Well, I won't mark it here. So I'll give you guys a moment for that. Let me know whenever you're done, and we'll go from there. Alrighty. Next thing is, after we're done with the attendance, let's go ahead and move on to the SPY charts here. You're back at number 5, everybody, just like we thought. You also had a higher high as compared to the dotted line, just like we thought. So do you see how we just perfectly predicted the fact that you would now go to number 5 because you hit the dotted line before? So now you wanted to do something that was more monumental, meaning unravel more of the trend, more of the reversal, more of the V-shaped recovery that we could potentially have. That's the idea. It always happens, you know? So, yeah, just try to watch out for it. Those contracts are at $50 now. Again, I'm going to hop into some puts here. I don't advise you to hop into the puts here at all. This is going to be a little dangerous, everybody. But again, danger's our middle name. Let's have some fun here. I'm just going to be in these puts for a quick second. I'm getting 676 puts, which cost 140 each. Now 137 each. I'm using half of the account here. All right, let's post it. Let's get it going. Oh, I forgot to post this. We sold this one already. That was trade number 13. So trade number 13 for how much percent again? 30%. So again, everybody, two 30% trades equaled 100% on my whole account. Again, everybody, just using my account and getting 30%, two of them equaled the whole entire account. In fact, two of them equaled more of my account. It was an exact 100% gain on the whole account. We started with 24, and now we're at 48, right? Okay, now let's delete this message. Let's delete this message. I don't want my channel to be filled with stuff. Let's make sure I posted this on the other server. I didn't yet. Let's go ahead and post this. Boom. And then let's go ahead and post this one. We're not going to post that one on that server because that server, I only allow cheap trades. This server is going to be the one where we post the other stuff, just so it could be more organized. Okay, all these trades are posted. That I posted here. Let me make sure I check this server as well. Also, I never sold my SPY long on NinjaTrader. Now it's up 26,000 again. So I'm just going to take profit here. All right, that's done. So that was a successful trade number. I forgot what it was. I'm going to hop into the puts again. I'm just going to full port that whole account. Okay, that account's in, this account's in. We're just looking for a nice little drop to the bottom of the CS zone. If you run on top of it, we're going to let you get all the way up to number 1 or number 2, and then we're going to average down. It's going to be bittersweet in the moment, of course, but that's okay. Sometimes we buy into an option and it wasn't the perfect time. What matters is, can you survive? Can you survive, ladies and gentlemen? Can you make it happen? Up 10,000 on NinjaTrader now. Yeah, we perfectly timed those puts with the futures account. That was way better. So, oh wait, we could do that from now on. Wait. I never thought about that. Options trade the trade first, and then futures trade it right after when it goes to an extreme point. So if it never hits the extreme point, you're only just gonna hop into the options. We might be creating something new right here. We're up 20,000. Let me take a picture. 20,000, ladies and gentlemen. I'm gonna see if it goes down a little bit lower on the futures account. All right, I'm selling the options account here. It's not gonna be at the peak. It's just 20%, 23%. Or I'm taking it. $3,100 right there, everybody. Again, we used 13K, half of the account, and we just made back how much of the account? I can't do math. We made back about 6% of the account right there. So again, everybody, with just those puts that we just hopped into, because it was so close, oh, it just jumped up massively right there. There we go. There we go. All right, we're out of that. But don't futures move before the options? So what happens, chills, is usually that's oh wait, I forgot to close my moo trick. Give me 1 second. All right, I'm going long again. 1,000 MES contracts. La da dee, la da da. Let's put some music on. That's what we've been missing the past couple of days. We should hop into options trade. We should have hopped into the options trade first. We could still hop into it now. Let's see. Let's hop into an options trade. Calls. 676s. We're putting half the account again. The other half that we didn't put before. Again, we're putting half of our account here into the calls. That's another $13,000 into the upside. Okay, let's let that rock now. Let me finish this here before I get set back. Let's put this right here. Let's write. This is on the Webull account. We're up 20,000 already. Oh my goodness. We're up another 2,000 on the options here. I didn't even get it posted on the Discord. It's okay. Again, I'm going to take profit here. It's just 12%. 16%. $2,000 now. $2,300 now. 18%. Alright, I'm gone. I'm gone. 19% gone. Alright, we're good. Alright, and then on this account, let me go ahead and take a picture of this. 24,000. Save the image. Save it to my desktop. Quickly, please. Exit out. Fuck, I lost 4,000 right there. You little shit. Alright. Next up. Let me post that on my Discord. I'm about to separate these. This is too much. Alright, I can't keep posting this shit here, and here. So this is what I'm going to do. When it's just ES trades that's not part of a competition, like just on our own accounts, we'll post them here. Everything else we'll post it down here. Whether it's a prop account, whether it's a paper account, anything that's not our actual accounts, we'll post them down here. That's what we'll do. Just separate this shit. Okay. Ninja Trader. Let me make a Ninja Trader section. Or should I just post it there and then fucking forward it to those channels? I could just do that. I'd rather do that. I think I'm going to do that. Yeah. That's what I'm going to do. That's the playbook right there, everybody. Okay. Next up. I'm going long again.
Order filled.
I'm about to buy more in a second. There you go.
Order filled. Order filled. Order rejected. Order filled. Order rejected. Order filled. 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 Order rejected. Order filled.
I'm selling on the way up. I'm about to buy it again now. It just keeps dropping.
Order filled.
That was a perfect buy.
Filled.
Drop one more time. Buy again.
Order rejected.
Wait. Close it here. Wait. Oh, shit.
Order filled.
I'm just gonna keep messing with this for now. This damn voice. How loud is it on your end? I always wondered. It's probably like crazy loud, right? I apologize. Oh my god. All right, let me finish posting all these trades here. So that was trade number 13. Then we still had to post trade number 14. Oh man. Goal is this is on the Weeble account. Wait a second. That's trade number 14. Because that's number 13, right? Or am I bugging? Oh, that was number 11. Okay, so that was 11. That was 12. That was 13.
Order filled.
And then, let me see. Let me think right now. By the way, if you fall down below number 7, you're going to fall to number 8. So you're just going to wait, let it hit number 8, and we're going to buy again. If you just run above number 6, you could just instantly buy into your option. I'm going to wait for number 8. And then I'm going to get into the options account again. Okay. So. Okay, so we already posted that. And then we said that we sold it. Yeah, okay. So now, oh, that's number 14. I gotta know. They're around 137 each. I was about to say, let me make sure I'm posting this to the right server. Before I gotta rewrite this whole thing. Oh, we could do the event wait, oh no, I can't. Oh wait, the options. We could buy into it. Hit number 7. But do we want to wait for number 8? This is definitely a buy here. I'm gonna give it a second, see if I can buy into it. See if it starts retracing to the downside on the next candle. It's already doing it right now, so let's give it a second. Oh shit, I forgot we did it twice. Oh wait, you hit it on the low. Alright, let's buy into it. 137 and 165. I'm looking at the 675 calls right now. That's crazy. A minute ago, they were just 120. Oh, when you're at that bottom, yeah. 145, they're dropping a good price. If this could drop to 130, let's buy it. The 675 calls. Okay, now let me finish posting this real quick. So it's 137. We sold it for 165. So now we're on trade number 16. Alright, let's let that rock. Let's go over here. Go over here. Let me see. Alright, let's take a look at these. Did I post everything? Wait, let me make sure I posted it. Wait, I didn't even post it. Oh my gosh. The second time we bought it was 127, right? Everything happens for a reason, everybody. Don't panic. This is what we want. So we bought it for 128 the second time. Fuck, I forgot to attach the message. Alright, copy it. Let's paste it. Boom. Alright. That's the next trade. Let me delete this message now, since we already have it with the picture. Okay, that's deleted. Now let's say that we sold that one, because that one's already sold, of course. I forgot what percent we got. I think we only got like 10% the second time, which is proper. You know, you always want to go for less percent every single time you trade, so you could, you know, dot around the potential reality that's going to be the complete destruction of that contract. Let's just say, right, when that contract goes to like $1 towards the end of the day. So it's like you want to avoid that stuff. That's why you don't want to hold your contracts too long, especially if they're a 0 day. You more so want to scalp them, just in and out, 20%, 30%. Who cares if you can get 1,000%? If you want to try to get 1,000%, the best way to go about doing that, am I going to use the whole entire account? If I'm trying to get 1,000%, the answer is just, you know, obviously no. I'm going to use like 5% of the account, and I'll try to go for certain trades which can potentially yield 1,000%. You know, it's a big difference. You know, we would trade like once every 2 days. If we were trading like that for just the 1,000% gains, that's basically what you would have to do. You can't trade every day for that, even though it happens every day, right? It's just you want to what's called give yourself the opportunity to see it happen once throughout the week, because it can then therefore happen again. Even if the next day is half the trend, if one day can yield 1,000%, the next day is always going to yield 400 to 500. 2 trades, you basically can get 1,000%, right? Doesn't have to necessarily be in one trade. In terms of getting 1,000% on one trade, yes, it's only going to happen once or twice a week, right? Sometimes it happens every single day throughout the week if it's a crazy week. Like, let's just say we do $3 for the next 6 days. Every day you're just doing $3. Slower than today. Let's just say you only go down to 679 today and you ran up to 681 and you stayed stuck like that. If you do something like that for 6 days in a row, you could potentially get into like an opportunity on the trend where it's just going to be very explosive to one of the directions. And if you could predict what direction it's going to be in, like it's going to fall to, because like these CS zones, for example, my trading style, the reason why this works is because every single time the market moves after it was just consolidating, every single time, I kid you not, every single time. Wait, let me post this real quick. I can't think when I'm talking. We bought everything for 137 and sold it for 165. We bought everything for, how much did we pay the second time? 128, right? Yeah, 128. And we sold it for we bought it for 128 and sold it for 153. Boom. Okay, let's keep everything organized. I like the way you could send messages like this as compared to the whole entire mess. Like, I don't like big notes. So what I'm starting to realize is the smaller I can make the picture with just, you know, the information that one needs, so we could dot around more, you know, more trades. Because when you have a bunch of trades, it's like you gotta scroll for ages. Yeah, the second time was 16%. Oh, wait, did I fix that? Did I write that down? I didn't write it down for that one. Let me write it down for the other one, too. That's why I didn't write it for that one. Oh, no, I did. I just didn't write it here. Okay. Oh, I could write it better here so people could understand. And then this one over here. All right, so I'm done organizing everything now. Now we're ready to trade. And the market's falling out the sky. Perfect timing. See, I told you guys. Things happen for a reason. Okay, I'm looking at the 170 or 675 calls again. How far is that now? Oh, that's mad close. Hell yeah. 675 calls again. Full port. No, I'm just playing. Half port. Just in case we got to average down. I'm also going to buy on the futures account. Alright, calm down. You don't got to scream at me. Thank you.
Order filled. God damn, that shit's HD. Order filled. Order filled.
Right? Alright, no more buying. Now we wait. So we had to buy. Just in case we had to buy more. It went from 114 to 106 now. Alright, let me take the picture. Post it to the Discord. We're down 3% right now so far on the 675 calls. Last time we bought them was for 150. Now it's only for $100. So we basically bought them for like, you know, in terms of capital usage, like of our account, last time we were using around, let me see, how much did we use? I have no idea actually. How much did we use last time? Last time was 14K. And we were up 2,000. So we used 12,800 last time. This time we used 11,400. Never mind. That was actually, why is it so close to the same price? Wait, did I buy a 675 before? Let me see. Was it the 676s? No, we bought 675s. Oh, we did not buy 670. Oh. Because it fell down, ran up, and I didn't buy it. I know what's going on now. I see what's happening here. But yeah, these were just at 150. So that was the last time I was looking at them when I was going to buy them. So we just bought them for 109. Or not 109. How much was it again? 113. This trade is trade number 17. No, wait, why did I say that one was number 15? Wait, so this one's number 16. Number 15, we sold it for 16%. Number 14, we sold it for 23%. Number 13, we sold it for 30%. Number 12, we sold it for 37%. Number 11, we sold it for... Oh, no, that was what we just said. 11 was 30%. Wait a second. Where's trade number 11? Where's the sell thing? I'm about to say I better have put that. Sold trade number 12 for 37%. Trade number 11 was that one right there. That was 12. Oh, I marked both of them as 12. That's why. That one's number 13. Alright, let's fix this. Okay, boom. Fixed. Alright, next up. What do we got to do here? We're long on futures. We're long on options. Oh, let's go long on the other account as well. The small account. Let's see if there's any options now. Usually they're not going to go, you know, move up that crazy around this time. Damn, these shits are still expensive. Not yet, everybody. We can't use our $7 yet. But sooner or later, we're going to use the $7. And we're going to try to see if we could turn this into 70. See if we can get 1,000%. Today's like 1,000% day, basically, is what I'm telling you all. Because you drop from the top at 680.72, and the bottom is currently 674, 673.97, right? That's almost $7 perfectly. That's like $6.90. So on the retracement right here, if we bounce right now, you're gonna get a bounce of $3 at least, because you did at least $6 in one direction. So we're gonna get half of that. If not, you know, you get $2, $2.50. That's how we're gonna be up 80%, something like that, somewhere around there. Somewhere. Just gotta listen to music, man. Just gotta let the chaos happen in the background. Let's put some music on here.
You know what I'm talking about, though?
You said you wanted me to let you know how the market's going because you're driving?
No, I said I know there's a gap down there somewhere. I just don't know exactly where it is.
Oh. Yeah, honestly, I forgot. I have no idea. Probably had to look into that. Oh, yeah, right here. It was just from a couple days ago. Gap from 671 to 674. And currently right now you're just filling about halfway more, you could say. So like during the day on Monday, you filled about half of it or a quarter of it. Today you finally filled about half of it. Actually, let me just get a damn box and see this for myself. That's like the bottom. That's like the top. Yeah, so last time you basically filled almost half of it, yeah. This time you're like a little bit below a halfway point. So you could fall to the quarter point, which is number 8 on the reversal points. And we could just average down here. And then see if the market's going to bounce from number 8 to 5, which it usually does. We usually see a bounce from number 8 to 5. At that point, we might be able to get a really cheap contract for $7. So that would actually be more beneficial for us. We'll be able to have every account grow together. Okay, so now let's zoom in here. Let's go to some of our other charts for a second. I want to see if the idea that we had earlier is working. The idea was basically at this green circle here, which is in between the blue and the green. Anytime it's in here, which it just was there right now, you want to buy. Especially because, think about it, everybody. Last time when you hit the top, I could show you with a different chart. Let me show you with a different chart. It's more cleaner. Please don't show me Tesla. Thank you. That one's clean, but I don't really use that one too much. There's another one I use more. I don't use this one right now. Bigger DARP chart? I don't think it's this one. No, yeah, I had to fix this one. I haven't finished it yet. Okay, let's go to the next set of charts here. You guys haven't seen these charts in a while. I started to update some of them. It's crazy how they're still working from last year's summer. These were, actually no, this is from June. From June, July last year. And they're still working to now. They were working all year. When you fell out the sky, that was the only time we had a little situation where you fell down here. But I want you guys to notice something. I never showed you guys this. This was how I was predicting the markets for the future. So down here, I told everybody, if the market wants to fall lower, this is where it's going to fall to and where it's going to bounce to. If it wants to run up from down here, at the bottom, this is where it's going to run up to. And then this is where it's going to fall back down to. And as you can all see, you're pretty much at the damn top. You're at the top of these predictions here. 701 almost. And that's around the circles where it says you're going to fall. The next circles is 724. And then up here at 760, 740. And then as you could tell, if you would have fell lower, you would have ran up higher. Because you ran up higher now, you're going to fall lower. That's what's going to happen on the bigger term. Just like how it happens on the weekly, or on the daily, or the monthly, or the 5 hour. You know what I mean? It's all the same. So, yeah. It's pretty cool. Oh yeah, these lines as well. But you keep falling to the damn low of them. But anyways, let's go back to what I was supposed to show you. Which was, this was one of the things. Look at that. Perfectly holding down on this line every time. So you're probably just going to hold here. And are you ready for this, everybody? If you break below it, what you're going to do is you're going to fill this gap from a couple days ago. And then potentially hit the bottom and then go lower. That's how we're going to play the drop. It could also drop, but if it drops faster, what did I just tell you on the yearly? If it drops faster first, if it goes down to the extreme first, you're most likely then going to get a more extreme bounce. Which is what you're going to look out for. Because then you can get the continuation downside to the downside, or you can get what we're getting right now, like on the weekly or the monthly, where like you fall down, you run up, fall down again, like how you're doing it right now. And then you could potentially run up to the high. If not, you know, go up higher or yada yada, right? So that's how we will play the downside. Meaning if it falls first, we're not going to play into it. We're just going to let it fall, buy into it down here. We know what the next move is going to be. But if it falls below it, runs up, hits the bottom of this, then we could potentially get into puts to play the downside going lower. In the meantime, because it's at the top of the line perfectly, we're instantly buying into calls, no debate. Do you see what I'm trying to say? Like there's nothing to debate right now. You're just buying into calls and that's it. Whether it works out or not is besides the point. We're going to figure that out tomorrow. And then we're going to make it a little bit better for the next couple days. You can also go back up to the high again and then fall again. Right? But I'll show you how I think it's going to do it. Right, so give me 1 second. I want to do something here. I think that you're going to potentially run up. Because what's today's date? Thursday. When was the last time you fell? Thursday. What was the bottom? Friday. So tomorrow could be the bottom. Tomorrow we could probably go a little bit lower. And we could probably buy another 5-day tomorrow. If not, we could buy into it today. And then potentially average down tomorrow. But that shit might be down like... I mean, it depends. If we buy like a 5-day, we should be good. It shouldn't be down too much, you know? 5-10 day. If we buy a 1 day, that thing is going to be obliterated. So maybe we don't buy a 1 day unless it's Friday and like you drop all day, let's say, and at the end of Friday we're just like, all right, we might as well get a 1 day for Monday. Or not a 1 day, but it's going to be like a 3-day contract, but it's going to basically be for Monday. We do that all the time, by the way. And last time we did that, we got a 5,000% win. The last time we did that. And again, that was the last time. Which was a while ago, so we might be able to get into another one of those here. Especially if tomorrow is going to be the same thing as the other day. But yeah, Colin, there, you might fill the gap here. 672. You're only $1.50 away now. Let's go check the reversal points real quick. Also, I didn't show you that screen that I was supposed to show you. So let's go find it. Is it this one? No. Is it this one? That's one of them. Yeah, you're tilting completely. So as you all can see, with these lines we made from these days from over here, this market could potentially fall down a little bit more to here by like tomorrow, right? Fill that gap and then potentially run up higher. And then do whatever you did last time when you ran up, which was Monday. You kind of gapped up, right? Then you fell down on Tuesday. Basically something like this. Now watch this. I'm going to fix it. So you would do something like this here. As you can all see, what does my cursor say right now? Right here it says Friday, November 21st. Do you see how crazy that is? So yeah, we could probably just repeat the pattern. If not, you might do something like more extreme at first, right? Go up to a higher high or something. And then the next days, instead of you see how you like run up towards the top? You could run up towards the top first and then start like having a drop off effect, which is like the opposite of this. So either the same thing can happen here when you run up. If we gap up on Monday, that's how you know that it's basically following the same pattern as over here. If you don't gap up Monday, see if we run up during the whole day. Because at the end of the day, if we just finish the same move as what a gap up would be, like a $7 move to the upside, $10 move to the upside, you could then therefore say that even though it didn't gap, the rule still applies because that's what the market did, right? So then we could see for Tuesday and Wednesday what's going to happen. And then for Thursday and Friday next week, we'll be ahead of the game. And that's not even using our trading styles. That's just using the pattern that the market's showing us in it itself. Yeah, I personally believe you're going to do something more extreme to the upside here. This is just reminding me of all this price action down here. You are curving though. Recognize that. You see how it's like the top of a mountain now? This could be one of the peaks here. So I want to see if this takes you to a new low. That's where we're going to buy the 10-day contract to 5-day contract down here again. And let's just say you go through these lows here. If you fall down here, which is 652, anything below that, we're just going to play puts to the 640s, 630s, and then 613s. It might want to fall down to 613, I'm telling y'all. I'm thinking it might not do it right now, but it's definitely possible if you recognize that. Okay, everybody, so I think for today what we're going to do here is we're going to head into... Let me go check this option first. Let's sell this option because we got into this option live. Therefore, there might be people who got into the option with us on the YouTube. So let's act like, you know what I mean? Because people do that. And I think we all know that. People tend to buy into their plays and then kind of go a little bit more aggressively. Or they'll play SPX whenever I give them a SPY trade. That's why sometimes I mess with people. If you didn't know that. But this week right now, it's just full grind mode. Full learning mode because we have a big competition on Monday. So now we're just trying to play the trend. Play the harder trades, make as much money as possible here, there, everywhere, scalping. Define what's an A+ setup and what's a B setup, C setup, D setup. Trade those setups as if it's already defined, right? 10% setup, for example, like 10% profit equals like a D setup. A C setup would equal, I don't know, 20% profit. A+ setup could equal like 50 to 60% profit potentially, right? So it's like these are all the things you pay attention to because that's the only way you can grow, really. But no, yeah. I want you all to be able to do this on your own without me. So that's why we're going to go into the private live here in a short little bit. It's giving you guys a greater upper hand, really, if you really think about it. Alrighty. So again, you're still by number 7. You fell below the CS zone. You're holding below it. You ran above it again. Last time you hit the top of the box, which is what you did up here. The only thing you still have not touched is the middle box. I could still see you running to this middle box here, everybody. That's basically what I'm waiting for right now. That's all I'm waiting for. I just realized if I'm scheduling posts on one of my Patreons, I have to schedule posts on all my Patreons. It just dawned upon me. Oh, shit. This may be a problem, ladies and gentlemen. That's like another 2 weeks of work right there. We could definitely finish it by the end of the year. But that's going to be a little bit of work. A little bit of work. But that's all good. Again, you're right at the call entry again. Which is this box here, as you all can see. Look at how you're perfectly at the bottom of it. Oh, this looks beautiful. I could definitely see you holding here, running up, filling only a little bit of the gap, just like how you did on Monday. And then in like 2 weeks or 3 weeks, when we're falling down below, like, you know, this current area, I think we could fill it again. If not, it's just going to fill it now, of course, and then get a lower low tomorrow or have a lower low tomorrow. Or you could just do, you know, the same shit, right? Run up here at this current area. And then tomorrow, which is Friday, you fill the gap to the downside. And then tomorrow, after you fill the gap, you still run to the upside. So you could still technically fill this gap by tomorrow and then technically gap back up again. It's kind of what I'm looking for right now. But think about it. Regardless of what happens, ladies and gentlemen, all we had to do right now is watch and see how it reacts to last Thursday and Friday and Monday, and we'll know what to do for tomorrow and for Monday. We just got to pay attention to it and see what happens. Whether it's something that we're planning in our trades or something that we're equipped with in terms of like an entry point to gain some profit down here, or if it's for the retracement back to the upside. There's a couple ways you could trade a market, right? You could go with the 5 to 10 days, which is what we're about to buy, or you could just trade the 0 days every 2-3 hours. So like in the beginning of the day, middle of the day, and then at the end of the day. If you're going to trade it in the beginning of the day, you're going to have to use more capital. That's the only problem, right? Oh yeah, let me make sure I posted this trade real quick. I did not. So now since it's down, let me post this real quick. This is actually a perfect opportunity for you guys to buy into it. Okay, so I had to fix that message. And let's go here. Let's paste this here. So this is trade number 16. SPY 0 day calls. $675 calls. 675 strike. The cost was $113 each. Okay. What else can we do here? Let's look for the $7 plays now. I'm trying to turn this $1 million account to $1 million. You know, sooner than 30 days. I'm trying to do it in like 23 days. Like imagine working in one bracket, and it's kind of like one of those. It's kind of like you always hear about those stories of like kids that are prodigies that end up skipping like high school and going straight to college. Imagine that, but with the trades. Like in terms of the skill or the ability, the structure, you're able to skip, you know, years as compared to the competition, just because of how you're equipping your ideas on the board with the upside and insurance to always ensure that you never actually end up with a loss. Even if there is a loss at any time or any moment, you could still bounce back from it. And that's the idea, right? That skill is very, very important. In fact, it's probably the most important thing that one would learn. You're thinking what I'm thinking, everybody? Let's check what reversal point you're at. You're almost at number 8 here. Again, I'm about to average down on the first plays. We're down 27%, which is basically everything that we made on trade number 15. So again, for trade number 16, it's currently down on everything that we made from 15. That's actually so useful if we could just do it like that. Like talk like that, you know what I mean? Like be like, you're down this much from that trade. Because every single day, you're going to be down at least one of your trades. Normally. No matter who you are, you know, even me. It happens. But it's good when it happens, because that's how you can improve yourself. And then when you're ready for like the playoff games, for like things to be serious, then you could just, you know, be a little bit more well aware of your actions, I guess, or what you're doing. Okay, so we have 18K we could use right now. I'm buying another 100 contracts here. We could have bought 200 more, but I'm just going to buy another 100. Just in case we need to average down again if you go straight through number 8. You could just shit the bed, you know. It's always the possibility. Okay, everybody, we're already break even. I feel like my hip. Yo, I swear I'd be messing up my posture sitting like this. I gotta get like a damn aerobatic. Is that what they call it? Like aerobatic? Aerobatic? Is it aerobatic? Aerobic? Whatever you call it. Like the good chairs that like are designed for your body. You know what I mean? Whatever those things are. I'm pretty sure those things are like a crazy price. Even this chair, it was only like it was like $200 and something, which is still a good. That's like as much as my monitor, and it's not even all that. I think those chairs would be like $1,000 at like $800 or something, right? You know what else I need? I need to get those damn legs on Amazon, so I can make my desk a standing desk. It's like legs that have a motor in them. And you know, I just realized, did it kick me out the Discord this whole time? Have I been talking here? I'm about to say, where the hell my Discord went? It just started loading. What's good, Slug? I forgot. Let me add you to the attendance. I knew you were going to show up.
Oh, we got attendance now?
Come on now. Were you here in the morning? Don't lie to me.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I was here at 9.
All right.
And then you still weren't up.
Yep. I had to mark myself as late today. Yeah. Frost, you here? Frost, were you here in the morning? Hoover was here. Hoover was here in the morning, so I got to mark Hoover. I see his messages now. Yeah, no, my Discord wasn't even loaded. What's it called? It wasn't even loading. I just saw all the morning messages right now. What just happened? Order filled where? What's going on? I'm blind. You're falling through number 8 here. So again, what do you do after you fall through number 8? First things first. You're going to fall through number 9. You're going to hit number 10. And then we're going to potentially put another 50 contracts here, just in case you want to go straight to number 12. Because remember, there's a gap right here. So that gap was just filled, I believe. Let me check. Almost. Let me see. Almost. You got to hit number 9 in order to... Actually, you got to go in between 9 and 10 to fill it. So in between 9 and 10, you had to fill it. So for now, we're just going to wait. Just going to give it a moment. How's the Forex trade is coming back in our direction now? Let me save some computer memory by leaving this Discord. So you're almost at number 9 now. Let's look at this on the weekly boxes again. I think you're about to hit that perfect midpoint. Yeah, you're at 672 already. Let's see. Tomorrow's Friday. Last time, it's crazy. Last week, Thursday, you were at the same midpoint. You were literally at the same area. And last week, Thursday, you bounced before you crashed down going lower on Friday. I think I see what's going to happen here. I think we're going to get a solid bounce to the upside here. And we might touch that orange line. Last time you went a little bit below the same area that you're currently at right here. Let me show you. So you can see exactly what I'm referring to. So look at the left side here. That was Thursday last time. You fell into the range. You fell into the range. Same exact thing. You held on the bottom. You actually held before it. You started getting some reversals around here, which is basically what you got right around here, right? Kind of like a little scattered. Not exactly the same, but like around the same areas, you could say. It was like stimulating a similar move is how you want to think about it. And down at the bottom, you ran back to the blue line. You haven't done that yet, so I can see you still running back to 674.50, which will run up from 674.50 to from here to 674.50 would yield about 10% because we're down about 40% right now. Because again, we're playing with the momentum, right? Now, if you fall and collapse out the sky here, we're going to have to give this probably about another hour or two. And then around 3 o'clock, we're going to be doing more extreme trades so that we can make sure that just in case this turns into a loss, which could happen, we're going to try to see if we can have some insurance for it, which is going to be the 10-day plays, right? The 10-day plays that we're going to buy into, by the way, are going to be, drum roll please. You said better throw some pillows on that chair you got. No, you know what's crazy is I can't play, like I don't like getting sweaty and shit like that. Like I don't like having nothing on me. Like not in terms of like no clothes. Like obviously I'm gonna have clothes on. I'm a weird ass person, but like I don't like having like jackets or nothing on me. Like right now I have to have a jacket behind me because it's cold. So I got like a fur jacket, and let me tell ya, that shit helps. But like the pillows, it just makes it a little bit more uncomfortable, I guess. Because the chair is not like ergonomic. There you go. That's the damn word. That was the word. I just. But yeah, these chairs are definitely not ergonomic. It's like your regular Staples chair. All right, everybody. Shit. Wait. Look for the $7 trades. Let's see if we can get some cheap trades. Come on. We can get a 680 for $6, but that's like all the way at the top. That might not be a good idea right now. We might as well just wait for like the 679s to be worth $7. You know what I mean? Again, everybody, you're repeating the same move as last week. The only thing that could make this turn into a different little situation here is with one idea. On Thursday last week, when you fell down to 668 and you held right above the 667 point, which was very important. You then began to open up the next day at that level and fall below it, almost to the 656 point, which was the greater level, right? However, it was right next to 660, which was once a midpoint that we did not ever hit. We've never hit this yet. When you don't hit a level yet, you're going to need to hit it. That's the reason why I have these buying points down here. And that was the reason why we bought on Friday and why we timed the market yanking up almost like $20 within like 2 days. Now, the idea to the right side is pretty much the same thing, right? We're going to have to wait for this a little bit. We're going to have to wait for the consolidation. But I want to see if you're going to either gap down tomorrow like this, or I want to see if you're going to open up higher tomorrow and then fall. I kind of don't want to find out, so I'm not going to get like a 1 day or anything like that. I'm not going to buy into the trade tonight. I'm just going to wait, let it happen, let the move occur, and then we'll just continue to play the moves tomorrow. The 679s are $8 now. They're $7 now. All right, I'm going to buy into a 679 here. 672, 679 is, let me see, let's split this up one more time. If I split this up and I grab the top, by the way, this is the chart that I was looking for. Wait, was it? No, it wasn't. Never mind, it wasn't. This was not. So the halfway point right here is going to be the best trade. That's like the smartest trade, which is 676, 68. The contracts that I currently own, or currently am borrowing, because you technically don't own a contract. But the contracts that I'm currently holding right now are for right here, which is very close to the, ladies and gentlemen, drum roll please, the quarter point. So that was one of the reasons why we went with this option, because it was so close that even though you're going down and you're below our level and we're down 40% and it's looking like it's the end of the world, if you run up a couple cents here, we're going to be right back to break even and then profit. That's how it is with the more expensive contracts, especially if they're 0 days. You know how that market is. Did you guys know that there's about a trillion. No, there's about, how much money is there? Is about a trillion point, like 1.1 to 1.5 trillion dollars gets transacted with options trading per day. And you know what's the craziest thing? Guess where it's all going? 90% of it is going into the 0 days. I kid you not. You can search it up. 90%. Is it a trillion? No, yeah, it's a trillion because the forex market is 7 to 8 trillion, and I believe it has grown to like 9 trillion recently. There's so much more people that are trading forex right now. Most people think that all the money is in options, but no, it's actually in currency. Not all of it. Let me not say all of it because most of it is in long term, or you could say like the bonds and stuff like that. So it just depends on exactly what you're looking at exactly in terms of a market. Now, with the options, again, 90% of it is 0 days. So what that means is most of the money that's in the market that day is because of 0 days. So you have to be very careful with them. There's a lot of money there. All you got to do is just scalp. Scalp, wait till your account grows to like 20K, 30K. Then you could scalp like $1,000. Just make sure you don't tell me that. Right? Only if your skill level's there, right? I'm sure you'll be able to get to that point where you're able to do that. You know, where you put like, let's just say the contracts are $50, right? $50 times 100 contracts is 5,000. Yeah, I mean, that would be a little too much. I wouldn't really want you to do that. Yeah, it's a little too much. So let's just say you buy a $20 contract. I mean, what would you buy with a 0 day that's aggressive but not too aggressive? I'll let you buy up to like a $16 contract. If you get 100 of these, that's 1,600. So yeah, you would be getting like $16 to $20 contracts, right? And you would be trying to sell them for $24, $28, right? Maybe, $32. That's what we're actually trying to do right now. That's basically what we did earlier, by the way. No, that's what we did yesterday. We bought a contract for $16 and we sold it for $24. Actually, no, $26. Yeah, we sold it for $26. So yeah, that was the craziest part, That's basically what you could do. You could do that every day. That's crazy. I wasn't even thinking about yesterday's trade, but that was the exact explanation I gave you. It's crazy the way the brain works. It's the weirdest thing, let me tell you. All right, let me get you guys ready. This is trade number 17. Again, yesterday, by 2 o'clock, we only had 10 trades. Today, we have 17. By 1 o'clock, I told everybody we were just supposed to have around 15. And we already have 17 right now. So we're working at a pretty good pace right now. Okay, so this is trade number 17. This is a SPY 0 day call for $6.79. This is going to be $7 each. And then what I got to do is I got to go up here. Actually, let me just post this. Yeah, let me just post this. The percentages we're looking for is not 10%. The percent we're looking for is going to be 50 to 500%. And if it goes up to 1,000, we'll sell it for 1,000. SPY 0 day. Okay, now let me send a message. Okay, now let me go back up here. I gotta steal part of this message. Oh, did I put the line? I did put the line. Excellent. Yeah, I like that. I'm gonna keep doing that from now on. It makes the contracts look really good when you show them to the Discord. So this trade right here, let me copy all this. Actually, no, let me go to edit message. Let me just copy what I need. This is our second options trade. We bought it for 34. Copy this. Exit editing. Go down to the new message. Edit message. Okay, we bought into the trade, by the way, everybody. I bought 100 more contracts right here at 670 for 675. They're $43. I got filled at. The last time I bought these contracts, they were at $81. So again, the first time I bought them, they were 114. Second time was 80. Third time was 43. Currently, our average is 79, and the current price is 44. It's currently around 1:38 p.m. So the next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna wait for about, what time is it? 1:38. Wait for 2:30, and then we'll see how the market looks. See if we can enter into a new position with the rest of the capital we have. Because earlier this week we started with 5K, we grew it to 30K this morning, and then currently right now on this trade we're down about 8K. So again, we started with 5 2 days ago, 30 this morning. Currently you're at 22. So we still have plenty of room here. Danger point would be like 15, 12, because then we would have to basically start with exactly almost what we started with yesterday. So what's next up, ladies and gentlemen? The next thing we have to do here is make sure I posted everything, because I tend to forget stuff sometimes. Yeah, see, I didn't even fix this. I posted it, but I didn't fix it. So let me go ahead and go here. Paste this here. This is our third options trade. No, this is our fifth options trade today. And the fourth options trade for the $1 million account. Which, by the way, everybody, we're at 40. How much dollars are we at right now? We're at 46. Oh, I forgot. We bought into another trade. So technically, we might be up higher. But yes, we're at $46. We started with $24 today, and on Monday we were at $4. So in just a matter of 4 days, we managed to turn our account from $4 all the way to 46. And if this next trade perfectly works out, which basically means I'm trying to sell this trade from $7, as long as it goes up around 50%, which again, 50% of $7 is going to be about $3. So is that a lot of money? And the answer is no. It's going to be a very, small percent, not really too much profit, but it's going to be something decent. It's going to grow the account at least. I shouldn't have been able to use $7, but the fact that they're letting me use it, I'm going to use it. You know what I mean? And then what we're going to do is we have another $7 from another account that just has $7 on it. We're going to use that around 2:30 to 3 o'clock. And we're going to try to see if we can actually make back anything that we lost with this $7 trade with that one. Just like how the $10,000 that we're almost down on right now, we're going to plan to make that back with another trade that's equivalent to that amount of capital. It's the same thing with the cheap accounts. You just got to be in like a certain frame of thinking so that you don't go crazy. Because then you start being like, man, I should have just sold this. Man, what is the purpose of this account? What is the purpose of that account? Let me just put everything on one account and full port it. But everything has to have structure. That structure is what keeps you alive and makes sure that you never, lose everything. That's why you have all these different accounts. Because it keeps you like controlled is what I'm trying to say. It keeps you bounded, but not too bounded where you can't grow. Bounded enough so you can't self-sabotage yourself. That's what I should say. And the reason why I built something like this is because I would always self-sabotage myself every time. I would make good money and then just do something stupid later on for some reason. Not too sure why, but I guess it's normal. Trade number 17. All right, we updated it. We fixed it. It's perfect. It looks beautiful. The next thing I want to do here with you guys is, let's see. Yeah, this was the option that we bought for $30 and sold it for $40 earlier. This was the same one. Now we bought it for $7. This kind of follows the idea of what I was telling everybody last week, which was you always want to follow just 1 or 2 contracts every day. But of course, as you get further, that's why we bought the 675s, because of course that's, basically just smack dab right there, very close to us. Of course, we now had to extend this box to the bottom here. Now, let me ask you guys a question. Yesterday, when you fell out the sky, right? And you fell towards the bottom and you ran back up, you hit the midpoint, right? In the morning, when you had fallen over here, that first drop, when you ran back up, ran towards the midpoint. Now, when you ran up towards the bottom down here and you ran up towards the top, did you run up down towards the midpoint? And the answer is no. You only fell down around the quarter point. So in terms of today's move, I just want to see what you're going to do here. I want to see if you're just going to run up to the quarter point, which means you're not going to get above this green line no more. If we can't get above this green line and we just smack into it, you could get a double point of confirmation to the downside, which looks something like this here. Let me draw it on the 1 minute. It would basically be, see how the market's running up right now? You run up, you hit the top of this line here, or the bottom of it, and then you just start falling even lower right now. This also goes to the reversal points to see where you're at. So just like we thought, everybody, you fell down and you hit number 10. Remember, that's exactly what we told you the market was going to do. Fall down to number 10, reverse, run up to number 9, and then potentially run up to number 8. If not, it's going to fall down to number 12, then run up to number 8. If it runs up to number 8 right now and holds above number 8, meaning if you see it get instantly above it, you might want to hold your calls because it can now run up to number 5. Just watch the first time that it hits the area. That's how you could tell what's the market basically wanting to do in the moment. Like if it's bullish, bearish, yada yada. By the way, everybody, we are positive. We're up 10% already. Look at that. On the $1 million account. She just keeps going, huh? 21%, everybody. My goodness. I knew it. Come on now. Handshakes all around. Gentleman handshakes all around. These small accounts are so exciting, let me tell y'all. The big accounts are fun, don't get me wrong. But the small accounts starting with $4 and the fact we're already at 50, oh my goodness. That means by next week we might be at like 300. Oh, by the way, I forgot to go through the checklist. So, again, how much money are we supposed to have today? Today we're supposed to have, today's the 13th, so we're supposed to have, we started with $4, right? So that's 10, that's 15, 17 plus 4, right? That's going to equal 21. And then tomorrow we're supposed to make $11. So 21. Today we currently have $50 right now because this contract is up. So if we have $50 right now, how much are we supposed to make tomorrow? Again, in total, we're supposed to make $21 by today. Well, tomorrow we're supposed to make 11, which would equal 32. Did we make that today, everybody? The answer is yes. Check that off right now. The next day is $17. So what's 32 plus 17? That's 42 plus 17. That's 49. Did we make this as well? And the answer is yes, everybody. So we don't even have to trade on Monday now. And this is the reality. This is why some days yield more trades than others. Some days you have like 20 trades, and other days you only have like 5. Today I'm forcing every trade. In case you guys didn't understand that. Like we're forcing it just to make it happen. But it's not really a forceful trade because they're all good trades. That's the reality. But it's not something we normally get into. It's not our pattern. It's not like a normal just way that we go about scripting our ideas and stuff like that. So because it's not normal, it's going to take you understanding what's normal and what you do like normally throughout the days, throughout a bearish trend, bullish trend, so that when you're trying to do something unique and different, you could tell what aspects were failing and what was different and what needs to be fixed so that you can make anything that's new work. That's what I did. So again, what I'm trying to say is anytime I'm trying to do something new, I first have to understand what I know, what I'm doing consistently. So I kind of had to tap into my subconscious and pay attention to my, my decisions. Like, why would I buy this $7 option right now when we all know $6.79 is as far as hell? The answer is because we're not going to, hold it for long. We're not holding it for 1,000%, even though that's the idea, that's the plan, that's what this could turn into because of how far you went down. I'm probably going to sell it earlier, But that's just who I am, you know? Doing that every single time has caused me to survive through wars, let me tell y'all. It's the best way to keep yourself alive, let me tell you. Let me tell you. Okay, everybody. We're up 20% again. Again, I want to sell this for 50% potentially. And on the bigger account, we're just going to wait. We'll give it a moment. Contracts are at $52 though. Remember, we averaged down at 40. Average is 79. So if we could just run back to $70, we'll have a much easier opportunity to sell this out for like 5-10%, you know what I mean? And take no losses at all. So that's the plan right now for the bigger account. We got to wait for a bigger move here. For the smaller account, if, let's just say we go down and it drops to like $5 for this contract that we bought at 7. Let's say if that happens, right? What we're going to do here is we're going to see if it bounces back up again. And if it does, because think about it. If we lose $7, we were starting with 24. Right now we're at 47, right? At the peak right there, we were at 49. So right now we're at 47. If we lose the rest of the money, we'll be at 41, 42. So at that point, that's not much of a, like a loss. You know what I mean? It's a little reset. It's a little, we're taking a couple steps behind, yeah. But it's normal, is what I'm trying to say. And as long as you can make that your normal reality where any single day that you make profit, if you trade again, you're only going to use a certain amount of that profit to trade. As long as you could do that every day, no matter what skill level you're at, no matter what level you go to, you will never technically ever have a losing day. Ever. Which is why yesterday was so successful, is because we took that reality and applied it to every trade. And just made it so that we sold everything. Like, for example, this current trade is $7. We could sell it for 20% right now. Which is like $8.50, $9 almost. Well, that would technically be almost like 30%. It's just like it's not showing us that percent because it's like 7 to 9. So when the bid and ask is like $1 and like the bid is 8 and the ask is like 9, that difference is basically 50 cents. So your contract is going to tell you that you're currently at $8.50 instead of it being either 8 or 9. And then when it goes from 8 and 9 and it goes to like 7 and 8, then your contract's going to say you're at $7.50. But you're actually at 7. You know what I mean? So you always go with what's lower. That's how you want to look at your contracts. Ladies and gentlemen, we're back up 20% here. What do you guys want to do? Are you guys selling your contracts? Let's see what the Discord is doing. You said, yes, I can probably say you were late. Hell yeah, brother. No, yeah, that's exactly what we were talking about earlier. So what are you guys doing back there? Any type of trades? What are we feeling? What are we feeling? We thinking this trade's gonna go up to 50? 35%, everybody! We're like a meteor right now. 35%, everybody. We're basically at $8 to $9, but I think we were higher right there for a second. I think we touched like 40%. So yeah, if we hit number 8 on the reversal points here, these contracts are going to be worth around, let's see, 60% actually, 60 to 80%. At this current rate right now, with the current, valuations, you could say. Alrighty, let's see. We did this. Let's open up the Patreon and finish what I was doing earlier. I had to take some of these posts and put them on Twitter. We're kicking things into overdrive, everybody. Okay, so we got those posts good. we got everything for December. Let me double check this year just to make sure everything for December is proper and I didn't skip no days. Go to library. Library. Again, everybody, you also hit the 8-day EMA, but I want you to recognize that's something you already did. So in terms of you hitting it right now, you're not more so really looking for you to make a new lower low, you could say. Now what you're really looking for is you to run up to the green one, which is exactly at number 8. So in terms of how I scalp, in terms of how I trade futures when I'm trading on the 1 minute or the 5 minute, this is exactly how I would trade it. That's the reality with my options trades. That's the reason why the options trades are so successful, is because I trade as if data doesn't exist. But I'm just, you know, paying attention to what's the closest strike price, of course, right? I'm making sure I don't go too far out. I'm making sure that my contract, even though it's cheap, it's not something that's impossible, let's just say. We're back up 30% here, everybody. Looks like we're ripping, at least on the contract side of things. You know, it's also, something that's also funny. When I was trading in 2022, the one thing I would recognize when I would trade 0 days, because that was when I had my 0-day problem, is I would recognize that every single time a contract is basically about to drop and make a new low, you do what you just did right there, which was you tend to make a higher high and move up before you actually move on the candlesticks. So what I'm saying is, like, the options price moves before the actual stock price, which is kind of crazy. It's like a couple seconds, like, of a difference, which makes sense. You know what I mean? This is all internet stuff. All this stuff is getting pinged to the satellites, getting pinged to data centers. It makes sense. I'm not gonna say it doesn't make sense, but yeah, it's just crazy. I'm sure they're trying to make that faster too, so they can go around these inconsistencies. Okay, so we post that trade. I didn't put this trade yet, so let me go ahead and post that trade to the other Discord server. I haven't posted trades in there in, like, 2 weeks, the smaller server, because I was fixing it. So now we pretty much made up for it, you guys. Just today we gave you guys 3 trades there. 4 if you count. Actually, no, yeah, 3. And then this is going to be number 4. So there you guys go. Hope you enjoy your little present. Oh wait, that was the same post as before. Shit. 679. That was right now. This is earlier? This is now? That is now. Okay, no, yeah. Alrighty. Let's see. Are you guys excited? You might ask, why am I so excited? Is because we're on trade number 617? I don't even know. Let me see. We're on trade number 17. That's why I'm excited. And yesterday we were only at 10 by this time. So that means by the end of the day, we might reach a new record, especially if I start futures trading again. I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm gonna get like 20 trades with that. We're breaking this record again. Usually that's the one thing I always consistently do, is when I break my records once, usually the next day I have an opportunity to do it again. Usually, because of the price action. Or just because mentally that's my goal. Maybe that could be the psychological switch, right? How much were these contracts this morning? These contracts this morning, ladies and gentlemen, were around $300. What the hell? What in the world? If you have a serious retracement, these contracts are going to skyrocket. I kid you not. These things are going back to $60, $70. I can guarantee you that. If it hits like number 4 or number 3, let me see what's the current valuations of these contracts before I give you the definite yes. All right, so we're that far away, which means if you run up to 677, these contracts have a chance of being worth $50 to $40. So yeah, this is mind-boggling. If we do that right now, I'm just letting you guys know, we're going to have a crazy rest of the day. I'm not going to be able to trade on that account no more, which is a good thing, because we would definitely full pour with it, let me tell ya. But we're going to trade with the next account, which is another $7 account. You might ask, and you might say, that statement that I just made right there was something that's not suitable for a trader. And the one thing I'm going to tell you is, every human does it. Every human is going to be aggressive. And in my case, the way I got better as a trader was being as aggressive as possible. If it wasn't as aggressive as possible, I wouldn't really have any emotion tied to it. It would kind of be like a paper trade. That's how trading with certain amounts of money would make me feel, you know? And it wasn't until I started realizing that when I lost the ability to have X amount of capital in the beginning, and I didn't have thousands of dollars no more. I wasn't working no more. The one thing I realized was, if you don't change your psychological understanding of what a paper account is, you will never grow. Because it was me trading with paper accounts while I had a small amount of capital, which is the reason as to why I was able to scale an account from 1,000 to 10K, or an account from a couple hundred back to 5K, 3K, from 3K to 100K. That one time that we showed you guys, right? So all these moments, they all happened because I was also paper trading at the same time I was trading with my real account. That's what I realized, is like the paper trading, it kind of warms you up a little bit. It removes the anxiety and it allows you to think clearly. That was the reality that I was faced with. That's why I tell you guys, like, paper trade as much as possible with your real account. Paper trade every single time you get into your real account. If you do that every time, you're always going to get a proper understanding of what you could have done better. Because on your real account, what if you buy it after? What if your paper account, you had the low, and then your real account, you basically, you get it late? Well, the reality is, write that down. The next day, what I want you to do is look at where you're going to buy your paper account trade, and then buy your real account trade there. Just do it. Use a small amount of capital, but just do it. The next thing you're going to see is, all right, what were the results, right? What did it yield? Was it profit? Let's just say the day before there was no profit. It was just straight, negative. The next day when you did it and you bought where you bought your paper account trade, let's just say you were instantly up 20%, but then you didn't sell. It went down lower, and then you bought with your paper account after, kind of like how you would buy with your real account. And now your paper account got the best average. Your paper account got the better low. So now the one thing I want you to consider is, all right, I was up 20%. I'm not going to sit here and lie to myself and say that, that wasn't good enough. It was good enough. I should have took it. Should have, could have, would have. The second you feel yourself about to make those words or about to spew those words out your mouth or think about it in your head, you got to tell yourself, I need to make a change right now. So I do not ever say this again. Because if I tell Silo this, he's not going to like it. Because I don't like when people say that to me. You got to do what you wanted to do. You got to believe in yourself. You got to just dive into the deep end. If you don't, you're never going to grow. That's the first thing I'm going to teach you guys, But, yeah. So the next day, let's just say your paper account, you got a better price. Now the one thing I want you to realize is, all right, what are the other factors? What day of the week is it? Is there news? Was there events? What reversal point did you buy off of? Because all these other factors would help you understand how you could do things perfectly. So yeah, you might have to go through a week of losses, but I promise you, if you literally go at things as if you're like a scientist or like a, like a crazy devoted stock trader, I guess, like somebody who really loves this, like act like you really love this. Act like this is your favorite thing you always wanted to do ever since you were a child. As long as you could delusionally think like that, just like how I did in the beginning, you will start to actually love it, because you'll start to see behind the patterns and, you know, the reality that this market is, which is the fact that I just turned $4 to $50 within 4 days. And I wasn't even trading most of those days. I was only trading 2 of those days. Actually, today makes 3. So out of the 4 days, we only traded 3 days, and we're already up 1,000%. That means if I have $1,000 right now, and I trade it the same way, theoretically, I would be up again from $1,000. I would be up to 10K right now within 3 days. And the fact that I know I could do that, the fact that I did it with a small account, it makes me realize and give me the confidence that I could do it with my real account and my bigger account. And the fact that that is the reality, it's like, okay, so then do it. Now, am I going to do it when I only have $1,000? The answer is no. So what I'm trying to teach you guys is start with a cheap account, $4, $5, just like how we have now. We're going to bring it to 1,000, and I'm going to show you guys how to take that 1,000 into 10K. The same way we did it with 4 to 50, right? It's always the same thing. The only thing that's going to be different here is going to be us trading 5-day to 10-day contracts. That's where most of our money is going to go when we're over around $500. We're just going to be trading with like $50 to like $100 per day when we have around 500 in terms of 0 days, right? So that means $400 would be in the 5 to 10 day trades, and just 100 in the 0 days. And then when we get to 1,000, we'll start trading with around $200 with the 0 days, which that's when it's going to get fun. Because when you're trading with 200, let me tell ya, I don't know what it is with $200, but especially with Tesla, because that's normally how much you have to spend for a contract that's like a certain strike away, where it's like not too far away. I would always realize that, like Tesla, you would always have to spend around like $200 to like $300 each contract, and then you want to sell that shit for like $400, $380, just a little gap, just like a little bit. Usually those contracts that are 4 strikes out go up at least 100 to 200%. If it moves up $20, oh my goodness. I've been in Tesla trades where I bought it for $80. It fell down to $7. I bought 10 more. That thing went to $800 each. The same day while we were live last year in 2024, when Tesla fell from 240 back down to about 213. It was about like $30 in a day, if I remember correctly. I don't remember the exact date though, but it was when it was like 240. Actually, let's check it. I haven't checked Tesla all day today. Tesla. Oh my God, you little shit. You piece of shit. I mean, it's not terrible, because we could buy you now. Why would you fall now? I want you to fall tomorrow. Oh my goodness, you fell 427 down to 396 again. All right, I'm going to buy into it here. Again, we're buying into Tesla here. By the way, those other trades dropped from $9, $10 back down to $6 to $5 for SPY. So let's look at SPY first. Let's see what's going on here. Is it bad? Does it look terrible? The answer is no. Looks like it's the same shit pretty much. So now let's go back to Tesla. We're good there. We don't got to be worried now. At least not for now. For Tesla, I want to buy a call. And just like how I was trying to buy the calls before, but we didn't buy them because they were too expensive, I want to try to see if I can get a Tesla call from here to here. And that's basically how far you want to play. So from down here to about 418. Sometimes I'm a little lazy, so I just use this instead of creating all the boxes and stuff like that. You know, that's the funniest reality that I was kind of like having to understand. Whenever you tend to put a certain amount of capital in the market, you tend to have like a certain, how do you say it? It's kind of like wishful thinking, right? Where it's like you're not truly looking at the characteristics that are going on right now. And I've done that before many times, which is why now, in terms of how we trade, when it comes to these trades, can Tesla fall down way more? Hell yeah. I told you guys, 1 to 12 months puts at the, what's it called? 1 to 12 month puts at the top here. And as long as you can play at the top, you can see this fall right back down to the 350 and then 320s. I'm still thinking this thing is going to hit 280 potentially, which might be so like too extreme, but I think it has the opportunity to. Now, if it hits 280, that's when we're going to start buying into the what's called the shares again. Tesla filled a daily gap from September 12th. Hell yeah. Yeah, it looks like there's something else that it might want to fall down to here, but I'm looking at the calls for a quick little snap. Yeah, these are not terrible for tomorrow. It's just these are... You can get absolutely destroyed on this. Like a 407 call costs 250. But that shit's like right there. You know? I think that's going to happen. Alright, so we're going to get a 407 call here. Looks like there's some good potential. We're only going to buy 3 of them. Somewhere. All right, everybody, we bought into the Tesla trade here. We're going to post that in a second. I might also trade NVIDIA at the same time. Usually that's what I do. Let's go stare at NVIDIA here. Is there any opportunities, young man? Let's see it. Let's see it, NVIDIA. What you got to offer for us? Where are you at? It has another gap to, or at 344. Yeah, that was the reason why I was telling everybody you have a good opportunity to fall down to 350. Was to kind of mess around those areas you didn't fill before. So I could see NVIDIA holding here. It looks like you're doing a potential equal reaction around this midpoint. This box technically is bigger. So actually, give me 1 second. Let me fix this box. I did not know you could do that. If you hold shift while you drag a box, I didn't know it does that. What the hell? Wait a second. It's kind of cool. So yeah, I think NVIDIA could run back to 194 right here. Remember, I'm expecting NVIDIA to start crashing out the sky as well. I'm expecting it to do something like it did over here in 2021 or over here. But that's not 2021. That was 2024. So over here, like 2024. But it was pretty much the same shit as 2021. If you really look at it. Right? Like, let me go to the left real quick. As you can see, this is 2021 when you fell out the sky. Going into 2022. So you pretty much did a very similar trend down here, which is what I'm looking for up here. And I know it's going to start sooner or later. Because you have to hit the tops of 140, which you have not hit ever. Like, you did not give yourself a proper double point of confirmation. Now, by the time it falls down to the top here, which is 140, SPY should be at like 630 if it falls down that low. So right now, in the short term, like for tomorrow, because that's why we're trading NVIDIA and Tesla, I think we could buy some calls at 184 and buy a call for like 189 right now. So let's go ahead and go to NVIDIA. On Tesla, we're already up 6%. And then I'll post both trades after. Remember, chills, whenever you get an opportunity, make sure you see how Mikey's doing his notes on the Discord and just copy his formula and just add your own input to it. Change it in your own way. Yeah, NVIDIA's too expensive right now, so we're going to leave that alone. Okay, let's go check SPY now. You're still doing the same thing. Okay, let's make the new CS zones, see where those are at. Again, you filled the gap from the other day. Let's go take a look at it so you all can see it. The gap that you made from Friday going into Monday, you just filled it right now. So since that is filled, I would like to see us yank right back up to the highs. However, there's one thing I want you all to pay attention to. Earlier, I had told you guys that if the market's trying to go lower, you were going to give yourself a double point of confirmation on this line. Do you see how the market did exactly just that a couple minutes ago? However, you're holding towards the same bottom. So we still have an opportunity for the market to hold here in reverse. If it falls down below this, you're just going to hit number 12, where we're going to average down at one final time and see if we can get a nice little pullback, because our option is still extremely close. It's pretty much just knocking on the front door right now still. Oh, almost dropped my phone. All right. Okay. We're good here. We're good here. Let's go back to the reversal points. Let's open this to the side. All right, everybody. So we're going to kick things into the... Actually, wait. We're still going to wait because we still have to get rid of this contract. So we'll just wait. We're not going to go back into the private live stream until we have sold out of this this situation here. By the way, tomorrow on the $1 million account, because we've made so much money, we're just going to take out some of that capital and go open another $4 account. And that's how you keep things moving to the point where even if you lose one account, you've made 4 or 5 accounts with that one account. That's how you become unlimited. You know what I mean? So that tends to be what I do with every account. So like I'll turn an account from like $10 to 100. I'll take out 20, open up 2 more accounts, take that $80 back to like 150, 160, take out $40, open up 4 more accounts. Now I have the 2 I initially opened, the 4 extra, which is, 6, plus my main one, which is 7. Now I could start scaling them all like rocket ships, right? Just send them off into the sky. That's all you're trying to do. So one by one, $10 to 20, 20 to 40, 20 to 60. It's going to take you a couple weeks. It's not going to be overnight. But with how we trade here, you'll be able to be done within a week. Because we get, just like yesterday, we had 32 trades that day. And that's not even the maximum of what we could do. Even right now, we haven't gotten to any futures trades at all, besides in the morning. And the reason why is because I kind of want to focus on the small, cheap options trades. Because if I'm just focusing on the bigger accounts, that doesn't make sense, because a lot of people don't have an opportunity to play with that large amount. So we got to just make things make sense. You know what I mean? So again, everybody, we're still going to use a cheap amount, cheap trades. We're not going to go and use any insane amounts. At least not for right now. Not until maybe 2:30 or 3. And we'll go from there. What else can we do here? Those trades are still at $6. The contracts for $6.79 still didn't really fall. Let me see. Is there another contract for $7 that we could buy into now? Yeah, the 678s are now $7. Let's take a look at those. Remember, we have another account with $7 that we could use. We could potentially buy another call with it, just due to the fact that you are holding down here, and due to the fact that we're still, very profitable with our first couple of trades. Never mind, it's running up again. We'll just give this a second. We're down 10% so far. So far at the top, we were up 30%, and then we were down 10%. So that wasn't that bad. Maybe the last candle it was worse, because it was more red. Like you were actually falling on that candle. This candle, you're actually running up. So that could be the case. It probably was a little bit worse. It probably went to $4, yeah. Let me see. Yeah, you went to $4, $4 or $5. So if you guys are stocking the plays that I'm giving you, you could definitely get these plays and snag them up for a cheap price. Because right now you went from $5 or $4 right back to $6 already. So you're already up 50% from the low. Wait, did I post that trade? I think I did. Yeah, I did. Okay. All right. Well, what trade did I not post? I posted that one on this server. I didn't post it on that server. That's fine. That's how I would want it. Okay, what else? Oh, I didn't post me averaging down on this one, though. I could post that here. One moment, everybody. After this, we'll take a look at the Tesla trade here. Actually, let's take a look at it right now before that. I might just sell if it's profitable. The Tesla trade right now, everybody, is up 6%. It's already up $40 here. Oh, we didn't post that one, yeah. That's what I didn't post. Now I remember. Paste. That's trade number 18. Alrighty, so we got that posted. Everything is good now. I want to look for more leaps. For some reason, Intel just popped into my head right now. I'm wondering what's going on over there, huh? In Intel land. Let's go check it. Check it out. Armin, what's that damn commercial? Arm and Hammer? What's it called? I know I just started thinking about that. Alrighty. So yeah, it looks like Intel could just collapse here. You hit the top 42. That was an excellent put play right there at the top. Ran up here. Looks like you're crashing towards 33 right now. Yeah, it looks like you're gonna hold on 33. We could hop into this play for a little, you know what I mean, a little something something. Let me see something real quick. How are these 0 days? Or the 1 days? Let me see. So it dropped to 34. Is only $8 right now. Let's buy 10 of them. They're 1 day contracts. So again, I just bought 10 $34 puts for Intel for tomorrow. It could hold here because you're at King's Point, which is basically right here. Let me circle it for you, everybody. So you see the circle that you're at, a little bit above that previous point or a little bit below, which is currently where you're at. You can hold and bounce up. So what I'm thinking is I want to see if this is just going to continue to drop, because I think SPY is going to continue to drop tomorrow. If it could fall down to here, that's 33. That would be even better. We'll be in the money. And these contracts are going to go from $8 to around $60, $70. So we're going to be up 1,000% on these. The last time we traded Intel was when we bought calls at 19 down here, and we sold them for 600% up here. That was the last time. And then we've just been waiting for this to come back down. And it kind of looks like the mountain's potentially... It's the mountain shaking. I could feel it. Can you feel it? Looks like something's going on here. Something's fishy. So yeah, let's play it. $80. The next thing we want to do here is let's go ahead and look for some other plays. All right, on Tesla, we're up $160 already. Okay, Intel, we bought the puts. Great, I have to post that now. All right, let's just go crazy trading right now. You guys ready for this? You better buckle up. INTC TC 1 day puts for $34, ladies and gentlemen, and then we paid $7 each. Got 10. Oh no, I could put that at the bottom so I don't make the message too like messy towards the top. And then this is our 6. This is our 7th options trade today, and our, in terms of total, our 19th trade today. So our 7th options trade, but 19th trade in total today. So far, every trade has been perfect. We're just waiting for that last SPY trade. That could basically be the only trade that ends up negative. Oh, actually, no. We have 2 trades, 2 SPY trades. $7, and then the more expensive one, right? Okay, so gold is 50 to 100% or 500. We bought how many contracts? We bought 10. And then let me get the picture. Wait, I gotta take a picture. I swear I be taking pictures, but the shit doesn't like it doesn't memorize it for some reason. That or I'm doing something wrong. We're up $300, 32% on Tesla. Again, I might just sell this and then try to see if I could trade this again tomorrow. $270, $286, 35% now on Tesla. Oh my goodness. Excellent. That was a nice trade. What was the Tesla trade? The Tesla trade was trade number 18. Okay. What else was I doing here earlier? We did Intel. We marked that. We did Tesla. Let's go find some other plays. Post some stocks on the YouTube chat if you guys can, as well as on the Discord for those of you who are there. Look at that beautiful reversal right there, ladies and gentlemen. We just gained $5,000 right back, right there, within that split second. Oh my goodness. And our other account is up 20% already, back to $10 from 5. Come on now, everybody. Did it hit a higher high? What was the high it just hit? Shit. Oh, it's just $10. Same thing. It's not bad. So what do you guys think? Do you guys think these reversal points work? How do they make you feel on the inside? Confident? Come on now. They better. Shit. They're working. But if you guys think that these things could be improved in any way so you can understand it better, on a serious note, just let me know. And I'll be sure to improve it by tomorrow. Again, if you want to truly improve as a person, as a trader, it could be done overnight. It doesn't have to take weeks and months. You don't have to wait 6 months for you to change your life and for you to have an opportunity to not, work your job or take a vacation. You can do all that stuff right now. It's just you gotta really want it. And honestly, a lot of people in life don't really want stuff. They say it, but it's like their actions are not showing it. I was one of those people. Even, now, this year, so I have had many moments where I was being lazy and I could have done more and I could have done, went above and beyond, which is why this week and for the next couple weeks to the end of the year, I'm just going to be on fire, trying to make up for my mistakes from the past year. That's the only thing you can do. Not overthink it, but just make up for it. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to enjoy your time here. Remember, this is a show. This is supposed to be the greatest trading show in the world. At one point, I know it will be at least. But for now, we just got to make sure that the baseline, in terms of our chemistry, right? Our ideas and how we resonate with everybody, the things we say, what shouldn't we say? We got to make sure we improve every single one of those aspects, which we are doing, believe it or not. It's just very slowly, of course. But that's the reason why I'm trying to get into those damn speech classes, because I want to improve and improve and improve. And I know if I keep wanting it, the universe is going to give it to me, because it's done it before. All right, everybody. Let's see what's going on here. How is the bigger account? Are we out the gutter yet? We are. We're break even. Not on the trade, but in terms of today. We're still down 4,000. The Tesla trade is up $400. Oh my goodness, I just paid attention to that. We're up 50% already. What did I tell you guys I want in terms of the trade? 50%, right? So I'm taking profit here. I'm not playing around. You just ran from $250 to $400. Let's look at Tesla real quick before I sell this, just so you guys could see what was the trade and what was the idea. Real quick. Let's go over here. Go to the 5 minute. So again, everybody, we bought the Tesla trade right here at the bottom of 396. Currently, right now, in the past 2 seconds, you just fell from 50% to 37%. So again, we just dropped about 12%, you could say. Now we're at 40% again. Now we're at 42%. Now we're at 37%. Okay. We'll leave Tesla alone for a second. Let's go ahead and post this. All right. Next thing we have to do here, we got Intel. We posted about Intel. We were thinking about another trade here. SPY's making a higher high as compared to these previous highs down here, the same way it did it up here. When we knew that it was going to run back to number 5, you ran back to number 8 after doing a similar move back down to number 7. That's exactly what you did to number 10. So you just copied and pasted what you did earlier today, which tells me that the market might be shifting to a very bullish setting. Does that make sense? Because you could have done something more bearish than this, but you did something that was the same. So in my books, in my opinion, what this tells me on SPY is that you're simply going to potentially have a higher opportunity now for a bounce here to like number 5, just because of what you just did right now, which was copy what you did earlier. When you ran again past number 5, you hit number 7, and then you ran past number 5. That whole move right here is exactly what you're doing right now. So yeah, if it falls past number 10, we know to play puts to number 12. We're then going to potentially buy calls around number 10, number 11 and 12. We're going to average down one final time and then see if you're going to get that pull right back to the top here. Because the bigger the drop, the more significant the reversal is how you should all think. It's kind of like momentum, right? So again, SPY on the 1 minute. Looks like you're running up here. Yeah, this chart looks ridiculous on the 1 minute now that I'm looking at it. Oh yeah, this is today's box. So you guys don't normally see me do this when I draw a box like for that same day. But this would be that right there. Let me turn the color off. There's too much colors here. Alrighty. We're done with that, done with that, done with this. We are still in the Tesla trade. It went up to 50%. It hit exactly where we wanted it to go. And right now, as I speak to you, we're back at 50%. So I'm not going to waste my opportunity here. I somehow got a second opportunity, just like how I wanted. And it's at 54%, 55% sold. I'm going from Tesla now. Again, that's the reason why you never want to panic. Could it have turned into a mistake? The answer is yes. But we're just going to write about it if it does. We got to think about this stuff robotically, just like a computer does. Does a computer get emotional and fail and not want to work the next day? I mean, not yet. We haven't gotten to that level, I guess, right? But for now, they do not. unless maybe their power source dies or something like that. But again, they cannot think for themselves is what I'm saying. And yeah, they just work. So if you could just do that, you'll be straight. Tesla was our what options trade? It was the 6 options trade. We bought everything for $250 and sold it for $400. $410 actually, because it was at $410 to $420. So I probably got filled for $410, which is the lower end, but I mean, no one's complaining, you know. How can you? Jinx, where are you? Oh, you're in a cage. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to wake you up. She ran towards me when I said that. Hi. Welcome. Why are you down here? Why the hell is the cat down here? No wonder. I started hearing something over there, and I was like, is that you? It was you. What do you want? Leave Jinx alone. No, don't play with her. She doesn't like it when you play with her. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so we sold trade number 18. We still have 2 more trades on the board right now that we're waiting for, which is the more expensive SPY trade, the cheaper SPY trade, and then we're going to have another SPY trade here shortly. So I think at this point, what I want to do is, we're currently at trade number 19, right? Let's go hop into another trade for the options, right? Like another, like 1-day trade. Something fun. Something that could yield some good profit here. Missy, there's nobody down here. We could hop into a 5-day SPY trade for right now, and then just hop into another one tomorrow, or average down on it. But we could also just wait for tomorrow. That's the more safer trade. So let's just wait for tomorrow for the 5-day. And then let's see here. Let's go to some other stocks now. Let me turn off this heat because I'm dying right now. Tesla just catapulting up into the sky here, everybody. Look at this. Look how perfect that buy was. Again, everybody, the reason why we bought down here was because you were at King's Point. So if I move to the left, you see how you had a previous low over here? You just simply went a little bit lower than it, held, and now you're running up to the next King's Point. So now we could buy some puts here, actually. Let's buy some puts. We got to buy fast, though. Go, 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 go. Again, this might completely just destroy us. But that's the fun part. So I'm getting a $397 put here for $360. You were just at $700 each. I'm buying 10 of them. You're yeah, 700 each. So again, 370. 397 Tesla puts. 397. You're already up $5. You're up $15 now. $30 now. Whew. She's running. We're going to use this to make back some of the SPY losses just in case. So we're just going to start making back that play right now instead of waiting for tomorrow. You know what I mean? It's the more safer idea, especially when we see an opportunity. Let's not let this go to waste. Remember, the universe gives you a window of opportunity every single time. It's just a matter of whether or not you're paying attention to that and you're willing to dive into the deep end for it. Again, only the new experiences in which you have not dealt with are going to provide you with an experience which can bring you to a new level. Does that make sense, everybody? So it's like you got to be able to just repeatedly cause yourself to have some type of growth. Is this a 6th trade? That's 7th. So this is going to be, sorry, I can't think right now. Give me 1 second. This is the 8th trade. I got to do this quickly. We bought 10 contracts. Goal is 50 to 100%. It was Tesla puts. Let me change that. Trade number 20. Send it in. We're up $300, everybody. All right, we're going to let this rock for a second here. I'm going to sell it for... I might just sell it for 300 here. Let's just give it a moment. Let's let it shimmy and shake around. We're down 130 now on the Tesla. 180 now. 230. $230 is 5% right now, by the way. So we're only down 5%. Okay, now let's go take a look at SPY. Let's see what SPY is doing. Dr. SPY. What's your deal? What are you feeling? Hit number 8. Fell down to number 9. You're right back at another CS zone now. You're right at the top of it here. Okay, I'm going to average down on the other plays. We're not going to buy the full 100 contracts. We're just going to buy 40 here. I'm going to take a picture of all my buys and sells now so you all can see it. Like my fill records. Take a picture of that. And then let's post this on the side. All right. And then for the $7 trade, again, you went back up to being up 20%. Now let's see how much those trades are at right now. So you fell from $7 back down to $4 here. So again, now I'm going to open up the Tasty Trade account, which has the $7, and I'm going to get into another $7 trade, which is closer. This is trade number 21 now. Okay. So we got to work on the fly here. We can get into a 6. We can get to a 677 call for $7. Let's try to see if we could buy for 7. Limit price. Okay, I'm going to try to see if I can buy this for $6 here. Again, the 677 calls. It's currently working right now. In the background. Let's go take a look at Tesla now. This is trade number 21. SPY 0-day calls for 677. They cost $6 each. This is our 9th options trade today. And we got 1 contract. Boom. Oh, wait, I didn't post the picture. Wait, 1 second. Let me post that again. Boom, boom, boom. There we go. Okay, let's go take a look at Tesla now. One at a time, everybody. One at a time. Tesla still break even here. Alrighty, we'll just give that a moment. Our average, by the way, since we averaged down on the SPY 675 calls, currently the price for each of those calls is $26. And our average is at 65. So what we need here is if we can get a pull right back up to number 7 or 6, Because again, you hit number 8, you fell down, you didn't make a new low, which tells me that if I get back into this blue box, we're potentially going to see what we saw earlier, which was another additional high by the top of this blue box, which is right next to number 7. At that point, our calls for 675 should be up to at least $30 to $40, which means we would have, gained back a large, significant portion of it. The Tesla right now is up to $300, which is 6%. Remember, we bought 10 of them, so the reason why we bought 10 of them was because we can go in and out. So I think at this point, everybody, you can put your stop losses on the Tesla puts and just claim your gain, Claim your gain, everybody. What trade was that Tesla trade? That was trade number 20. What was 19? 19 was what again? 19 was Intel. Okay. Shit. I did it wrong again. Reply to message and go down here. Let me just copy this. Paste it. Excellent. Then let me add the picture. Excellent. Now let's go back to Webull. We're up 10% now on Tesla. $420. $470 now. Alright, we're going to take profit here. You got that, everybody? We're taking profit. We're up 11%. 13%! Go, go, go! Excellent. It got filled for 13%. That's fantastic. Wait, never mind. It got filled a little bit higher. How the fuck? I guess maybe when my order got sent in, it was at like the perfect time right there. That was like phenomenal timing right there. Okay. So the next thing I want to do here is let's look at the Teslas. The Tesla calls again. And let's see if we can hop back into something one more time. Currently right now is a decent little drop from that Kings Point area. What I want to see you do though is mess with that last low and go below it again. If I see you go below it, we can even get into the calls now. I'm about to say, I still see the percent on my screen, and I'm like, did it not sell? Nah, it sold, it sold. It just wasn't updating. Okay, so Tesla. Wait, I didn't tell everybody I sold it. Give me 1 second. We sold it for 13%. And we basically made almost double what we made last time. That was trade number 20, which was our 8th options trade today. We bought it for 370. And what did we sell it for? We sold it, we bought it for, no, 390. So I got filled at a high ass price. That's what happened. We would have been up, yeah, we would have been up like 1,000 right there. So we got filled at 393. I didn't even realize that. But that makes it so much better because at the end we got filled at such a great price. So it kind of normalized us buying at a late time. That was awesome. Hell yeah. Come on now. Things happen for a reason, everybody. 448 was the price we sold it at. So we bought it for 393 and sold it for 448. We had 10 of them. So let's post this now. Excellent. Let me also delete this message. Excellent. I could also delete this one. Let me just delete that one, yeah. So it's less stuff we're looking at here. Okay, now, let's look at Tesla here. You're below the previous point, just like how we said a couple seconds ago. You can still fall down a lot lower, but I'm thinking you're going to hold here and run right back up. So the 407 calls that we bought earlier, they were around 250. The top was 420. Currently, they're at 340. So what we're going to do here is we're going to hop back into the 407 calls. I know they're at a higher price, but the idea is that we're going to buy more of them right now so we can get out at a cheaper price, pretty much. So we're buying 10 here. Market filling. There you go. We just market filled on Tesla. Taking a picture now. So now this is trade number 22. We're also going to look at the Tasty Trade account, see how that one's doing. So it was a Tesla 0-day call for 407, 300 and how much each? 350 each, I think. I paid a couple seconds ago. What else can we write down? No, we paid 340. So we got filled at 340 flat. I'll just check right now. So 340 each. And then this is our 10th options trade today, everybody. Wait, let me make sure. That's 10th, right? Yeah, that's 10th. We're at trade number 21 in total. 10th options trade today. 10 contracts is how much we bought. Everybody. Alright, we'll let that rock for a second now. Let's look up Tasty Trade here. Okay, let's go back to the SPY and NVIDIA. NVIDIA's still holding down here. I'm going to check those contracts in a second. I want to see if they're going to get cheaper. You said Silo, was that Tesla call you played tomorrow expiration or next week? It was for tomorrow. It was the more aggressive one. But we decided to go with the 1 days because the ones for next week are a little expensive right now. You know what I mean? So it's better we don't take that much of a risk here. On the Tasty Trade account, the options are currently at how do I check this? Where the hell is the bid and ask? Let me see. I don't even know what I'm looking at when I'm looking at this app. Okay, now I see it. So we bought it for $6. Currently, you're at $6 right now. Now I see it. Okay, so we bought it for 6. We're currently at 6. So we're just gonna let that rock for a second. Let that sit here. Okay, let's check the weekly boxes for a second here. SPY is mean mugging this level right now. Yeah, this is one of the extremes. It definitely is. Okay. Now we wait, ladies and gentlemen. This is getting exciting now. You filled that gap. You did everything you had to do there. You're falling closer and closer to that 5-day call level. We'll let you get to number 12 here. Intel is now going up as the SPY collapses. You hit number 11, which is very similar to number 4, right? But we're more so looking for the extremes at this point, which is why we're looking for number 12 now. But number 11 is basically like number 4, is how you should think of it. Nah, I used to when I was first trading in the beginning, but there's no need. I mean, of course I pay attention to the VIX, but like once a month. I wait for the bigger moves. That's why now I could predict when the market's going to make a big move, is I use the VIX as well. But again, that's like the monthly, not like on the daily or weekly. Actually, no, like monthly, yearly. Not really the daily or weekly, yeah. Monthly or yearly, yeah. I can show you my VIX chart so you can see how. I know I don't look at the VIX at all, but I mean, just take a look. Take a look and tell me what you think. Now let's find it. First, that's the first problem. So let me see. Give me a second here. There we go. All right. So, look at how crazy this is. But I basically predicted where the VIX was going to go at one point. And the one thing I want you to pay attention to is the fact that the market fell. You see over here? The market fell $130, and that's what made you. Actually, no, it didn't fall 130. It fell 100 and. Because it was 180. Give me 1 second. Let me double check. I don't want to tell you something that's incorrect. Oh, 330. So you fell from 330, and you fell down near 180, which was $218. So that drop right there, from this high to this low, was about $120. So almost $130. And on that drop, if you look at the VIX went from 14 all the way up to 85. Now let me ask you something. In 2024, you only felt $60 right here. I remember, because that was more recent. So you only fell $60, $56 to be exact. Over here, you fell $130. Why is this one so high and this one so small? That tells me that something bigger must be like brewing up in the background, which might be the suitable reason as to why the VIX might run up to like 150, 120. But currently right now my charts only go up to 87. But of course if I copy one of them or I show you one of the other ones, what other account do I have it on? I have it on this account. Yeah, this one. Let me open up TradingView. VIX. So as you can see here, this is me predicting the VIX all the way up to $80 with King's Point, with all my trading styles, wedges, everything you could think of. And then this is what I had drawn before when you were down here at the bottom. And we were very close to being correct about this trend here. We drew this one probably after, honestly. If I drew this before, I don't remember that, honestly. I don't remember when I drew this one. If that was before, that's insane. Because you ended up holding on that point, which it kind of goes along with my ideas, right? Where if you're trying to get into a call, it's also a perfect area for you to get into a put. Do you know what I mean? So near that call area where you want to buy the calls, it's an area where you want to play puts as well. Now, what's kind of like the problem here is which side is going to win, right? The call side or the put side. In my opinion, when you run up this much, you're more likely for the put side to win, especially if you run up even higher. Let's say you only ran up above here, right? I could see how the call side would still win, which is exactly why it did so right here, and it ran up higher because this wasn't much, higher. It wasn't really nothing too great. So it not only, destroyed all these highs, but it started playing with this high, but you couldn't break it. And you were kind of following the wedge that you have right here, that white line that goes, straight across everything. So now, in terms of us being down here at 20, you are starting to run up a little bit, right? Like a couple days ago, on the 13th of October. You could say last month now. But what I want to see you do here, potentially, is fall back down right now. And then in December, I want to see the market fall out the sky and the VIX spike up. That's what I'm looking for, basically. But yeah, you know what I could do here, right? Watch this. I never grouped it up. Oh my God. What's wrong with me? I can't even show you. This chart is more complicated, so it's difficult, a little bit more difficult to copy. Let me just copy this one. It'll basically prove my point. Chills, this is the reason why I always tell you it's very important for you to learn the DARP style. Because if you had this style, you would be able to trade Tesla perfectly, as well as pretty much every other company going into the future here. Why are you meowing at me? What's up? What happened? Okay, so the chart would look something like this here. I guess I could just put it right on top so it looks good. But let me just do that. Now this chart goes all the way up to 170 on the VIX. So literally, just with me copying this within 5 minutes, I have all the next areas where you're going to play puts from. Because think about it. I want you to think about it like this, right? You might be like, he's just bullshitting. Like, it's not always going to work. It's impossible for any style to work 100% of the time. I'm not saying you're saying that, but let's just say if that's the case, right? There was anybody that thought that way. When I made these boxes, it goes from that high, right? And the low that I use is going to be right around there. Let me show you. I just moved it. My bad. So the low is going to be right around here, which is going to be 858, right? That's right there where that blue line right there starts, as you can see. Not the second one. That one's for something else. So again, that bigger blue line, it starts exactly at the low. The high is exactly up here. The midpoint is exactly right here. So with just that high and low from 2008, I was basically, if I had this trading style and I was born and I was 9 years old and I was able to trade, I would have predicted the midpoint here, 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 all these quarter points, right? The quarter point, this is not even a quarter point. This is like a top point. The top point up here in 2020 during COVID, you would have been able to predict the market was going to fall back down again because the VIX, you know? you look down here and it's basically doing the same shit again. Look how much it just touches this area. It's absolutely insane. So that's why I was telling everybody, if the market wants to run up, it's going to run up to these areas here, which is exactly where it's starting to run up to, as you can see, even recently in October 13th. So now we're down here. You're right near my golden arrow, which is like an area where you want to play puts at, as you could tell. You just keep falling from that range. But yeah, as you could tell, the one thing I want to pay attention to is the bottoms, right? Like, stare at the bottoms for a second. And what you're going to start to notice is that whatever started in 2017 looks like it's starting again right now. And it's kind of funny because Trump was also around that that era, right? So it's like you're getting very similar reactions in a market-wide setting with the VIX, maybe regarding just who's in office. That could be it. Kind of makes sense, right? Because there's different bills and companies and stuff like that that they sign. So it just makes sense that it would be different. So you look at those highs, and you want to snap this to like one of the more recent highs that's, you know, around this range, which I guess you could just select this one up here from 2024, you know, just that low to that high. And if you look at it, it's so funny, but look at last time, it almost perfectly hits that wedge. And it follows my idea, right? The idea that if you always measure something accurately from a low to a high, and you make it follow along the market's condition, which means whatever the market did do at different years and times and moments, you could then therefore say what it's going to do in the future. Which is exactly why when you ran up here in 2025 in April, you could have predicted the market was going to fall right back down again to where? To the bottom of here. Exactly where it fell to, which was exactly on the line, right? Now, I know I had this line after, but think about it. What's right below this? This here. So you could have played to that point right there is what I'm referring to. After the line was created, which was after you made this low, that high, and this low down here. So after you made all these highs and lows, this is brand new is what I'm saying. So that's why this is going to work more accurately with what's next. Versus if I measure like these lows right here with this line, like you see these lows down here, if I bring this line upwards, you're going to see a much earlier depiction as to what the market did, which is still going to help you out. What I'm saying is this range right here, I'm going to color them for a second so you can understand what's going on here. That's white, right? And in this range, which is what happened in 2017, which is what I'm trying to compare this to, we're going to make this yellow. So you have the yellow in the background, which is what's in the past. And we're going to use that to see if the market wants to run up here. So it's so funny how you're at the bottom where you can fall. But if I take this white box and I literally bring it up like this, and then I go off of that high perfectly, which was from 2025 and then December, meaning boom, you hit this high, you hit this low, you hit this low, and then you hit this high. So just those 4 points was enough for me to predict the market was going to fall down to even the midpoint or the quarter point right here, because you're at the midpoint here, which is 49, because 69 is the other quarter point. So you could have predicted it was just going to fall down to this quarter point, which is 28. And then because the VIX always usually resets down to the bottom, always, every single time throughout history, all the way dating back to the 90s. If that's the case, it's going to happen again. Of course, it could do something different and go into the hundreds and 200s, of course. But you have to ask yourself the question, why? And right now, with currently what's going on with the economy, it's not really in a setting to, you know, go up to these crazy levels. I think it's going to start tripping and going crazy, of course, like 120, 150, just like I told you earlier. But like right now, I think it might not happen right now. Maybe in like a month, maybe 2 months, 3 months, we have to see what the condition is, you know, economically. Because remember, Trump is going to give those checks out to everybody, the $2,000 checks. So where are they going to put that money into? You understand what I'm trying to say? Like, there's going to be a sudden little burst of momentum that's going to be inserted into the market around the holiday season, I think. Just like in 2020, When was it? 20, like towards 2020, yeah. Towards the end of 2020, like towards the next presidential race. I believe that's the way he signed. Because remember, the next president isn't signed, like sworn into office until January, like January 20th. So that means their decisions and everything that they're going to do is not really official until late January. And market reactions are not going to be until like a week before. Like whatever a new president's going to do, or like what they want and stuff like that. That's why in 2020, when I first started trading, I had the stimulus check. That's why I remember that. And that's when I first started actually trading. I first got into Tesla when it was at like 400, and then it ran to like 1,000 and something, 1,200 before they split. I got rid of it, and every single time it would run up after the split, I would just keep buying it and selling it for like $100, $80. And doing that, I was able to stack up a couple of shares. So while I was trading shares, I wasn't doing options at this time, by the way. I was just paying attention to the VIX at that time, like consistently, nonstop. So that's the reason why I, can trade it even now, which is kind of funny. And we should actually do something with the VIX. We should do something fun with this. Try to see if we can hop into a trade soon. Like a trade right there at that point. Like look at this right here. This is insane. And you know what's crazy? I know I have this done somewhere. I know I have all the arrows done. I remember doing it on the VIX. I just don't remember what chart. Let's check through them real quick, actually. I want to find it. Now I want to find it. I found it. I found it. All right, look here. So this is the chart that's like basically showing you all the levels where the market could stop at. And look at how wild that is. Yeah, this literally caught that. Where the market ran up last time in October, it caught that. Because I had this buy over here, as you could tell. That's where I was doing my supply and demand zones down here. I was testing it because it was going to be late, because I can't look at it from over here. But I was testing how they worked and if it was efficient and if it, had any opportunity for me to teach it. Because usually for me to teach something, its win rate, like the amount of times it's able to allow a person to profit, usually I make sure that it's above 90%. So like, I'll go through 1 week every month where I'm testing that one style, if that makes sense. That's why the results may differ in terms of some of the trades we do because of the trading style we're using that week. And the reason why is because we're trying to test it to see if we could do something better. That's really it. It's nothing too deep. But yeah, using just that method, that simple method, you might be like, all right, where do you get this box from? How do you measure that? And the one thing I want to show you is, look at this. Again, that same high and low that I showed you on my other charts, I used the same thing here. I didn't do nothing different. I just drew it differently. And this green box, the reason why it goes from that bottom and stops right there is because that's the midpoint of this box here. So I'm just chopping stuff up like fractions. That's really it. And guess what? It catches all these moves here. So of course, if you buy some puts over here, you're going to be down when it runs up here, of course. But did you have an opportunity for it to fall? Yes, which means whether or not you would have been down only depended on your expiration. So when you buy the VIX, you want to get like a 6-month contract because there's no way that you're going to be, wrong. You're going to have an opportunity for that. It always consolidates like Forex. It's just you don't want to buy it here and go short. If you do, you only want to get a little bit, You don't want to go too crazy. Because I could definitely see, if it just ran up to the top here, that shit could literally pop up a little bit higher or somewhere over here, right? So, personally for me, I'm standing away from this. I'm not really trying to trade this. If I'm trying to trade the VIX, it has to be when it falls down to the bottom of the line again. Why? Because that's like a 90% setup. You're 90% more likely to win with a trade like that than you are to get into a trade over here. Which, I mean, I shouldn't be talking because sometimes these 0-day trades or 1-day trades that we get into, they're ridiculously aggressive, let me tell y'all. Like crazy aggressive. And I know that. But the problem is in order for me to find a company and like put up a watch list, I could start doing that. We could start planning for it, but we would have to do it on the weekend. So we would have to save and stop one of our days where we do classes, like probably on Sunday, and we could just come up with a watch list for the whole week of trades that we can get into, which are cheap, you know, and potentially efficient. Get the hell off the computer. Why are you like going on the computer? It's because it's hot. I know why. Go. By the way, the Tesla trade is up $800, 17%. So I'm just going to go ahead and sell it here. Fantastic little recovery on that. I think we were down like 400 there. Yeah, we got almost the same gain as last time. Last time was 16%, this time was 17%. Why did I put 13%? It was 16. No wonder I was confused. I was like, I swear it was less than that. No, it wasn't. 16%. And then this one was... What trade was this? This is number trade 21. Remember, the day doesn't truly end until 8 o'clock, so we can have a bunch more trades after this for the futures. And we could potentially get up to like 40, 50 trades. I'm trying to get as much options trades as possible, though. They're like not amazing, like not insanely good, but just decent. 20%, 10%. Keep stacking it, stacking it, stacking it up. Okay, so we bought this, bought that, bought that. We sold trade number 21 for that much percent. I put 13% again. Oh my god. 17%. There you go. Okay, the next thing we had to do here is average down on the spies. We're going to get 200 contracts here. Our average is now going to be, drum roll please, 47. Current price is around 11. So we're going to average down a little bit more here. Let's go back to the SPY now. $317. Still got about 20 minutes, so we'll save some capital. We won't use all of our settled capital. And then we're going to check the other trades in a second, cheap ones. Average drop from 47 to 41 now. Average is currently at 35 now. 731. And average is now 30. All right, so current price is $10. Our average is $30 now. We dropped it from 100 down to 30. And again, the whole day you were moving in one direction, so we're still thinking the same thing. Little tiny reversal to the upside. We just got to give this a moment here. Last 30 minutes, work your magic. And then for Tesla, let's see if we can get into another trade. That was a magnificent trade there. It gave us extra buying power for the SPY. Okay. 639s. So those $7 contracts might be drawn up here. All right, excellent. Excellent, excellent. We're at the bottom here. The same little downtrend we made before, right? Again, last Thursday you fell around it's around $11. Today you fell around $6.80, around $10. So I'm wondering if it's just gonna do the $11th here and then start swooping right back up. That'll be the last thing you need to do. It could just stop at 10, right? Do a little bit less. And then Friday you fell from the top here, 672, straight down to 661. So that was about 9, right? Sorry, my fault, 11. So you did 11-11 pretty much. As you can see with this box. Pretty much almost the same trend up and down. So in terms of today, if you look at the top where you started at, which was, 4 a.m., you would, basically say you did way more of the range. Now, that way more of the range is basically, the way I look at it is like this, right? Last time when you did the drop, you fell down that much, but then you ran up this much, and then you fell down that much again. So you're going to take these two boxes, right? You're going to put it at the top here. That's basically how much you're going to fall on Friday. So what this means is now we're doing Friday's trend. So for tomorrow, you're going to be looking for less of a drop. You're going to be looking for some puts, meaning like 0-day short-term puts, like as soon as we open probably, honestly. And then we'll probably get like a 5 to 10 day call. So we'll go buy something for the bigger term. And then on the shorter term, just play the short term. Because it's probably going to fall a little bit more. And then we'll average down on the 5 days, 10 days. And then when it's really ready for us to buy, boom. We'll buy another 0-day for the upside, for the calls. Like when it's starting to run up. So we can get some of that explosion to the upside. So again, the last high from these contracts, meaning when you just hit number 8, the high was $60. Currently, the contracts are at $6. Our average is at 30. I'm thinking you're definitely going to hit the average, and you're probably going to get to 35, 37, maybe 40. So we'll definitely be able to sell this contract out for a profit. The only thing that we have to potentially watch out for is the cheap $7 contract that we have on the $1 million account. That one's currently around $2 to $3. So that one we might have a problem with here, because we bought it for 7. It's at 2 to 3. So we'll see if we can potentially have this run up, because remember, we can't sell it because it would be a good faith violation. So we had to wait to see if this is going to actually run back up to the upside here. And we're prepared for it. We got enough calls. We're positioned at a good strike price, which is below number 5. And you hit number 8, fell down to the next level, which means if you run up here, we're looking for the market to actually run to number 5, 6, or 7. I'm thinking it's probably going to be number 7 before you get a slowdown. But I could definitely see how you're going to pull up to number 4 potentially, just because you haven't messed with that area in a while. As well as, remember, what's the halfway point right now? It's 676. So you could just run a little bit above the halfway point, just like how you did yesterday. Let me show you guys. So if you look at yesterday, sorry, the day before yesterday. I mean, you can still count yesterday. It's still very close to it. Wait a second. Refresh this. There you go. It wasn't loading. I was about to say, I swear that was the other day before it. Okay, so yesterday, you fell from the top to bottom. When you ran up, you hit the midpoint, fell, ran up higher, and ran up above the midpoint. You could literally see the same thing, but on the bigger term, if the market's trying to turn bullish. If it's not, you're just going to get a straight bearish trend, and we're just going to have to buy the calls that we're planning on buying tomorrow. We're also going to start posting all of our trades on Moomoo. Try to see if we can grow this account up a little bit more. I think on Moomoo we have around like 2,500 followers, which is pretty insane. It's a pretty good platform. It has a lot of good, you know, like the social portion of it has like a lot of people on it, which creates like, you know, like a living environment. It's not just like a dried up community like how Weeble is or a bunch of other apps. But yeah, I want to see if we can grow to like 5,000. I think we can grow to like 5,000 by the end of the year if we just post every day 20 trades. Because if we consider it today, we did 10, right? Actually, did we do 10? I think we did more. Yeah, that was our 10th options trade today. You see how Tesla's just dying off right now? Yeah, I'm so happy we got out of that stuff. Let me show you guys. Look at Tesla right now. It's trying to destroy everything now. You see this? Terrible price action. That's wild though. Think about that for a second. We bought calls down here. We bought puts up here. I want you all to realize that. And then we bought more calls down here and sold those things like somewhere over here for like $700, like not too long ago too. Let me see. I want to see the exact time I sold them so I can tell you guys. Orders, Tesla, where are you? $15.14. So 315, 315, 314. 315, 314. Let me look at the 1 minute. Was it 315 or 314? It was 3. Let me see. It was 114. 114, almost 115. So towards the end of the 114 candle. So it could have been like probably like at 402. I don't think I got rid of it at 402.60. I think at 402 flat. So I probably didn't claim the whole gain, or like of the calls that I got down here. But then after that, we didn't hop into nothing else. But we could have hopped into more puts for a smaller range, which is what I was thinking about. But it's sometimes that doesn't happen. Basically, what I'm trying to tell you is I was thinking about something like that, right? I was thinking that it was gonna... Where's the arrow? Where the hell's my arrows? Oh, there it is, right here. So I was thinking it was gonna potentially, you know, of course, hold a little bit higher than this, you know, like somewhere over here. But if it goes below this line, you're just literally gonna fall straight down from here, straight down to here potentially. So that's the risky thing. You don't want to really mess with that. So, yeah, us doing it here was already risky enough. You know? Especially because you had to go off of these highs here, right? Look how nice that is. So yeah, if Tesla wants to run up higher, it needs to get above here, and it's going to break up higher. If it just hits this area and falls, and you can't get above it at all, just like over here to the left, you're just going to fall again. So we could go short again here. But I don't think we could, yeah, we can't buy no more. So now we have to wait. Our SPY contracts are running up from $6. They're all the way already at 11 and 10. We gained back 3,000 just right there on the SPY. So let's go look at the SPY now. We're not going to get into any more leaps yet or any crazy trades. We're just going to wait. What is wrong with you? You cry and then you want me to pet you and then you run away when I'm petting you. What do you want? Are you so indecisive? Okay. So you're at number 10. I want to see if you're going to run up higher. You hit above the blue. You reversed off of it, which is the golden pocket. So again, everybody, the golden pocket worked 2 times today on the 5-minute. Which is kind of cool. That kind of basically simulates exactly what I was talking about earlier. When I was saying they basically did the same thing. In terms of what you did around number 5 and what you did around number 8. You could just look at it right there and it tells you that. You see what I'm saying? You literally ran into the blue and purple, reversed. And at number 8, you did the same exact thing. But the one thing you didn't do that's the same is that when you fell, and you held on number 5, like right below it, you didn't go to the point at number 8 and hold on it, right? You didn't hold on number 8. Right now at number 11, with what you're doing here, what you basically just did was a very similar move as you touching number 8 or going from 5 to 8, right? That's what you did from going from 8 to 11. Because think about it. What's, 8 minus 5? That's 3. So the difference between the two is 3. The difference between 8 and 11 is 3. That's why I'm telling you guys, like, 11 is basically the important number. That's why you're holding so well on it. But then 12 is really where you want to be because you want to see something a little bit more extreme. That's what you normally do on crazy days, right? So, ladies and gentlemen, how we doing over there? You guys surviving back there? Let me know if you guys got a heartbeat. You said that would be tight? Make a watch list? No, yeah, that would literally be the only way that I would be able to have, like, consistent 200, 300%, like, not 300% plays, but, like, consistent plays where it's, like, 300 of them, 400 of them, and we could do it on the weekly, on the monthly. We could do that with just SPY, of course, but it would be, you know what I mean? imagine doing it with Spy, but imagine being able to have leaps and plan that stuff on in one day, and then the whole week you're doing something else, and everything you plan on the weekend you already planned it. You don't have to do nothing, you don't have to do nothing else. You know. So yeah, I think today we're gonna do something called a problem solving hour. Are you gentlemen ready for that? So after 4 p.m., we're gonna have a whole hour in which we talk about all the problems we had throughout the week, what we could have done better. We're gonna look at all of our entries, all of our sells, all of our buys, and we're gonna create a new chart which just shows buys and sells. I'm gonna use one of my free accounts just so you guys can see that you don't need to pay for an account to have all this information. And yeah, let's go from there. And the watch list stuff, again, we'll do it on Sunday. I'll plan it right now. What else can we do here? Let me look at my Forex trades real quick. I want to see how that market's doing now. Excellent. It's coming back. Coming back down. We were down 2,000 right there. Now we're only down 1,000. Sherman, you still here? There we go, Sherman. Welcome, Sherman, back, everybody. That's Dr. Sherman. Yeah, I love how we got a event trade today. Like we did, you know, the event contracts, which is like a time type of trade, and we got like a 50% trade on it. That was so insane. So yeah, this thing just doubled. Yeah, from the bottom to the top, this contract just doubled. So if we get bought up here, what time is it? 3:30? Perfect time. Let's see it. Let's see it. Let's see it happen, ladies and gentlemen. I'll see you, ladies and gentlemen, at the next bus stop, where I will be getting off for a slight little profit. I will not be waiting for this train to reach the end of its course, you know what I mean? Or this bus. One time I did that when I was going to school in high school. I fell asleep on the bus, and I woke up like, yo, nobody said nothing. Nobody said nothing. And I guess it's my fault. It was a life lesson, right? But yo, I woke up like 4 miles away from the school, and I had to walk back. Because at the time I had like the bus card, like the free bus card, and I had to get a new one. And I had not paid for like another one. I only paid for one to go to school. So, nah, yeah. The good old days. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you, I was running back. Because I was not trying to be late. My teachers were getting tight that I kept being late. So I remember that, y'all. All I remember was me just running back, and it being mad cold. And then I started sweating because of how much I was running. And I was supposed to get there early to work out, but nah, yeah, that ended up just wasting all the time. Ruh-roh, ruh-roh, ruh-roh. We're running. They're at $13 each, everybody. Remember, they were just at $4 and $5. Our average is at 29. We just need this thing to hit number 76, and we should be a-okay, ladies and gentlemen. Why? because our strike price is 675. Currently, as I speak to you, you're about to hit 673. 678 is the midpoint that we just hit before we fell, which means that if you hit near that same area, of course you could fall from it. But we can also very much see this jump up higher than it and then fall. So that's what I'm looking for. And number 8 is basically 673.32. So since you did it at number 8 and number 5, let's just say the market wants to get really bought up here. If you go above number 6 for whatever reason, I'm telling you guys, you're going to go straight up to number 4 here, which is 677, which means we're going to be $2 in the money, which means these contracts are going to be worth potentially around $190 each in a second here. And I don't think you guys understand how much contracts I have. We gotta go heavy. It's like we're playing Pirates of the Caribbean right now. That's what it feels like. Cue the music. See, we gotta have a DJ here. Imagine we had a DJ at all times to play the music for us. Come on now. You telling me that's not a good idea? Wow, we just gained 3,000 right there. Let's see it. Shake and bake, ladies and gentlemen. What was I going to do? Music. Let's go here. Let's go here. Oh my god, the cat's trying to get the damn mouse on the screen again. Oh man. Hey. Stop right there. Make sure my audio is off so I don't get copyright. I can't see the screen, Missy. Can you please step back? Excuse me. I believe you're in the damn way. Come on, go past number 8. I know what you want to do. You just got to do it. Or you want to do it after hours. You're going to be a little shit. It could happen. Let me tell y'all. Why is she watching it like that? She's like mad close to the TV watching the music video. You know, I always thought if animals do that, like watch I always saw videos of like cats or dogs watching TV or like movies. I didn't think. Stop! Don't put your damn nails on it. You can watch, but don't touch. All right, Patreon set. Everything is good here. Let me see something real quick. Let's extend this box from today. And then we're going to fix the top of the quarter point here. It should be good after that. Right about there. There you go. So you currently hit the quarter point already and you fell off from it, which is exactly what you did on Tuesday. And last week, Thursday, let me measure it real quick for you guys. when you had fallen. Yeah, you hit the midpoint last Thursday. So I'm still thinking the same thing's gonna happen here. What time did you hit it, actually? You hit it around 2:30, so you hit it earlier last time. This time you're at the bottom. So can you get a shift? It's still potentially possible. You get a shift straight to 635. Right now you only ran to the 673, which is what we were talking about, right? You ran to 673, which was perfect. That's step one. The next step is we got to run to 674, which is this blue line. We keep falling off that damn green line, just like we talked about earlier, over here, as you can see. Remember, we just been moving that line since this morning. And what we thought was, if you can't get above this line, it could basically tell us that you want to go down lower right now. The only problem is, if you look at over here, if you look at how the market reacted to number 5 to 7 in terms of range, just grab top of that, grab the bottom of that, grab that range. As you can tell, this time you were a little bit more aggressive to the downside, right? Before you were not, when we bought into the $7 trade, and now you're a little bit more aggressive to the downside. So you could have a situation where you just fall down to number 10 again, which is right below number 9, right? However, we're still looking for this to run up to number 6 or 7. That's the goal right now. If it doesn't happen, we'll write it down. We'll take our notes after the day closes, and then we'll see what we could do better for tomorrow. Which, remember, is going to be Friday. Friday! It should be a good day. Why are you trying to use me as a stepping stool? You're trying to step on my shoulders. Let me go bring the cat upstairs. I think she's bored. Let her go play with the other ones. some food. Let's get this going. There we go. Let's go, bro. All right. So we got a couple minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, 1 minute. And then we have 14 more minutes to go. Right after this 1 more minute. I'm going to start getting into my futures trades now. Okay, you're launching to the upside here. I'm going to take a look at my options now. Again, we're looking for a run up to number 7 or number 6, ladies and gentlemen. On the futures account, we're already up 13,000, so I'm about to just take profit here. 15K now. 19,000. 25K. Come on. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we're up 22K here. We're just going to take profit. 23K now. 26.
How many contracts did it let you buy?
1,000. I sold for 30,000 right there. Now I'm gonna go against the market here. Instantly margin called me. Alright, we're just gonna take that profit there. If it drops a little bit here, we can go long again. If it drops like in the next 3 minutes. Let's watch this on a 1 minute now. We can also watch ES now. Hey, you didn't fall that much today on the futures. You're still like insanely high here. Like if you look at last week Thursday, like look at Tuesday, it's not the same. So it's crazy how this looks here. Very different. And for ES, that's crazy. We were down. I kid you guys not. We were down. Wait a second. If that futures position is up, that means my other one is up. What? I got to that one like 2 weeks ago. No, like last week actually. I got to one 2 weeks ago, but I got margin called on it, so I had to get to another one. But nah, yeah, I'm about to sell this gold trade here. Let's go take a look at gold real quick.
That shit went straight into the sky.
Oh, I was looking at gold. That's why. I was about to say, I was comparing it to SPY. I'm like, this is gold. I got puts right up here at the top, as you can see. My stop loss. What the hell is happening? What just happened? That close position? Shit, did I just close it? I think I just closed it. Uh-oh.
Let's go.
Oh, no, I didn't. Okay, we're good. I could close it. What is it at right now? MCL is only up $15. MGC. Oh, that's why. That's the difference. I gotta look at this one here. There you go. Now you can see how much profit. So right here is I was up $6,000 a couple minutes ago. What I'm thinking is, it did hit this box and hold here. But what I'm thinking is, we might get a little bit more extreme moves, so we could potentially see a little bit more downside here. But I might just take this profit and try to continue to play the upside here. So yeah, we're gonna take it, and then we're just gonna go long again right now, while this trends to the upside, and we'll see how this goes tomorrow. This is buy, yes. Oh no, I was pressing the wrong button. Buy it up! Give me everything.
Are you doing the trading view simulator?
This is the competition. I'll send you the thing. Let me see how much buys I can have. It's still letting me buy. Keep buying. I don't have enough capital now. Alright. How much did I buy right there? Let's refresh this. Oh, this is MES. My dumbass.
I was MGC.
Oh, wait a second. What did I just do? No, was I? So what is I even buying that many? I only bought 2 of them. Okay, so I wasn't really buying many. Okay, so go to GC then. This is GC. Buy. Order rejected. I think I'm in a trade already. I just don't think it's loading. It says I'm in a trade. It's giving me the profit thing. And I'm on the TradeStation account. I guess. I'm just gonna let it rock. So if this runs up, I'm gonna be up another 4K here, which should cover whatever I'm down by. And by the time SPY, ES, NASDAQ, and everything else runs up, I'm thinking this is gonna look real nice. Oil is also holding perfectly, exactly like how we wanted it to. Let's go take a look at SPY now. Let's take a look at SPY. SPY, what are you choosing to do here? $673, huh? Also, let's look at oil real quick before I forget. So oil, we basically went long because you were at the bottom over here, and we stated that you were probably gonna. Okay, so you ran up $700. Right now, you're only up $200. So you're pretty much at the bottom. So I'm not even gonna take profit here. I'm just gonna wait for my exit point, which is 1,000. And then for the micro oil, same exact point, but I'm only gonna make $80. For Bitcoin, we went long up here, but again, I'm thinking Bitcoin's gonna start crashing anyways. So I'm thinking we just start playing the crash out the sky. However, we're at like the bottom of the trend, so I just want to see a slight little bounce from down here, and then we're probably just gonna get out the trade. What I mean by that is, if you put a line at the top, if we hold around the midpoint, I just want to see if you're gonna run around this quarter point. If you fall below the midpoint, you're just gonna fall to the complete bottom here. But once we fall lower than this quarter point, we're just gonna exit the trade, and if you get back above the midpoint, we'll re-enter it. Try to see if we can snag a little bit of the upside here. Okay, so that's that. Then you have MES, which is the long that we went on this morning, all the way at the top. We're waiting for this to run up to a new high. You were down about like 1,000 profit's gonna be around. I'm gonna move it up because you know that low we just. Oh, I just dropped my shit. I'm gonna move it up now because of the low we had. I'm thinking now we're gonna have around maybe $1,500 to $1,400 of profit here. Next, let's check MNQ. Again, same situation. About 1,600 for Nasdaq. Of course, a lot more. I'm thinking around like 5,000 to 6,000. And then for ES, I think we already looked at ES. Yeah, ES. That was the big one. MES. Because we're not trading MQ right now. So we have a bunch of orders working right now. I still understand why the hell doesn't let me. Did it just not buy? Oh, I was buying at a limit price. Oh my goodness. Alright, now it's time for us to sell. No wonder, everybody. Market order placed on... Alright. Am I bugging or is this shit just not working? Order history. Sell. Rejected. Cancel. Rejected, 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 rejected. Filled. So I filled earlier. Everything else was just getting rejected, basically. So I don't think we could, I think we gotta wait for our other trades to go up a little bit more here. Just because we have so much capital. Even though we're only down 7,000. Just gotta wait for the margin. Yeah. What about MCL? Does it let us trade, or MGC? We could work our magic with this. Yeah, let's just trade MGC. This is buy at least 2 contracts, which if we... Let's just say, let's put this here. What just happened? I have no idea what just happened. Alright, take profit. Take profit is going to be right near the same low. Like 350. 360. I still think you can go a little bit lower. I still think you can fall down to like right here. It's like $600. And then we can sell this out. That'll definitely help us out a little bit with the margin. So while we got that working now in the background, let's go back to SPY here and see what's going on. As you all can see, SPY is running up to 673.30. It seems like they want to make the move occur, but they're just going to wait for after hours. So for tomorrow, we're just going to trade the same exact way, same fashion. We want to see if you're going to have a nice little drop on Friday.